Chapter 766. In an instant, Lu Feng really entered a terrifying state. The power around him became more and more vigorous. What was even more terrifying was that all the power within 100,000 miles around him actually entered Lu Feng's body and became the power that he was about to transform. It's even. It's already even. The Emperor is indeed even more terrifying. It was even. It was only even. However, in the minds of many existences, Lu Feng had already surpassed the Emperor. This was because the current Lu Feng had yet to reach his limit. He was still a certain distance away from the complete condensation of the divine spark. He had yet to complete the condensation. Therefore, the Emperor had truly surpassed the human monarch completely. Everyone no longer deliberately continued to pay attention. This was because to them, as long as Lu Feng surpassed the Emperor, it was enough. Surpassing the Emperor meant that Lu Feng had succeeded. This was enough. Everyone was suppressing the excitement in their hearts as they discussed something. Unfortunately, no one saw Lu Feng's slightly open eyes at that moment. The Emperor, he's really the Emperor. In the past, when the Emperor shouted that he wanted to surpass the human monarch for the first time, we only took it as his ambition. An ambition, it was just an ambition. They didn't have any other thoughts. After all, in the universe, after the human monarch era, there were countless existences who shouted the same thing. As for them, it was just an ambition. After all, the human monarch was still the human monarch. No one believed that anyone could surpass him. If someone could surpass the human monarch, then the human monarch wouldn't be the goal that everyone wanted to surpass. However, when the Emperor became the era's monstrous genius the second time, he possessed terrifying power and started the Battle of the Kings. At that time, when he shouted that he wanted to surpass the human monarch, there were only two words in our minds. That was arrogance. The Emperor is too arrogant. Although he possessed the densest humanoid monarch bloodline in history and had the full support of the entire human race, it was impossible for him to surpass the humanoid monarch. It was simply impossible. At that time, the Emperor was really a joke, a complete joke. However, it is different now. Who would have thought that only 2 years have passed since the martial Emperor shouted that he wanted to surpass the sovereign personage? But today, 2 years later, he had already achieved such a shocking feat. He has already surpassed the sovereign personage in many aspects. The human powerhouses sighed slightly, but they couldn't hide the pride and excitement on their faces. The Emperor of the human race. The existence of an Emperor would definitely bring the human race into a brand new era, a time when a human race would dominate the universe and restore the glory of the number one Overlord race in the past. Therefore, they were very proud of Lu Feng's existence, extremely proud. In the next moment, a King Realm cultivator smiled and looked at the Emperor. However, the moment he looked at the Emperor, he was stunned. He was completely stunned. When they saw the expression on the King Realm cultivator's face, the other King Realm cultivators were also slightly stunned. Then, they looked in the direction of the Emperor. The hubbub quickly quieted down at this moment. Countless existences were astonished, and similarly, they cast their gazes in Lu Feng's direction. However, when they saw him, they were all stunned and even dumbfounded. His eyes were completely open. Radiance that could shake the galaxy shot out from his eyes. It was a mighty divine light that made countless living beings unable to look directly at him. Lu Feng wasn't quietly condensing his divine spark and waiting for the arrival of a breakthrough. He seemed to be using an enormous amount of power to condense something. This was the critical moment of condensing his divine spark. However, Lu Feng was condensing something else. This scene obviously confused many existences and made them frown slightly. Gradually, a vague image appeared in front of Lu Feng. It was a kind of three-dimensional rune that was as complicated as a rune. It was so complicated that it was the condensation of billions of tiny runes and the gathering of billions of mysterious and profound images. Such a thing was incomparably mysterious. However, many people revealed an indescribably strange expression when they saw it. Perhaps others didn't know what it was, But these existences understood. They all understood. What is the Emperor doing? Is he going to condense it outside his body? Is he going to condense his divine spark outside his body? That was the divine spark, the key to becoming a god. It was also the most primitive mark of a god after becoming a god. Originally, the formation of the divine spark was condensed in the body with endless power. If one wanted to summon the divine spark outside his body, it had to be condensed after the condensation. However, Lu Feng directly condensed the divine spark outside his body. Such a scene made many people show a strange expression. What was he doing this for? Incomprehensible. Countless existences were puzzled and perplexed. However, what confused them even more was what Lu Feng did next. He stopped the condensation of the divine spark. Countless forces lingered around the Godhead, and after the Godhead became clear to a certain extent, it no longer became clear. Everyone was completely confused. What is the Emperor doing? Frowning slightly, the Grand Ancestor also looked puzzled. As an invincible almighty, there shouldn't be many things in this universe that could be hidden from him. However, this time, when he saw what Lu Feng was doing, he still couldn't understand. Does the Emperor not know how to condense the divine spark? That shouldn't be possible. Although no one had told Lu Feng the method before, the condensation of the divine spark was completely natural. Even if no one had told Lu Feng, once the condensation started, Lu Feng would completely understand the specific condensation method. Time passed very quickly. Gradually, Lu Feng's divine spark attracted endless power. However, for some reason, Lu Feng was still unwilling to condense it. He just let the endless power wander around without guiding it into the embryonic form of the divine spark. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Feng's figure in the sky made a slight movement. He slowly stretched out an arm. At this moment, there was a strange look in his eyes that no one could understand. Lu Feng's voice rang out clearly at this moment. He was only talking to himself, but in this tranquil world, his voice was so clear that everyone could hear him clearly and hear him clearly. Divine spark? Is this the so-called divine spark? Is this the key to a mortal's metamorphosis? Is this the key to shedding the mortal body and becoming a god? The condensation of the divine spark represented the final secret of the human body. It also represented the opening of the greatest door. This was the starting point of a true powerhouse, the beginning of transcending everything. After the condensation of the divine spark, one would be able to break free from all shackles. Even if one didn't eat or drink in the universe, one would still be able to live eternally until one's life came to an end. Therefore, the divine spark was the key to everything. No one answered Lu Feng's question because these people only felt that something was strange. They could sense the strange expression on Lu Feng's face. Then Lu Feng smiled. It was an indescribable smile. It seemed like madness, yet it also seemed like tranquility. There was an indescribable feeling in it that made it difficult for people to describe. Your Majesty, what's going on? If it were someone else, these people would only think that person was crazy with joy after condensing the divine spark. But for Lu Feng, this was something that absolutely could not happen. After all, Lu Feng's strength was not just a little bit stronger than that of the gods. Moreover, Lu Feng's existence meant that he would at least be able to become the overlord of an era in the future. Just becoming a god was enough to make Lu Feng lose his composure. This was something that was completely impossible. Therefore, Lu Feng's current expression really puzzled many existences. However, they soon understood what Lu Feng meant and what Lu Feng planned to do next. In the next moment, Lu Feng's voice finally rang out once more. But even so, what can we do? Isn't the so-called key really a shackle? Isn't this a shackle condensed by the origin of the universe to limit us? This is basically a shackle specially cast by heaven and earth to limit our future light. It's a conspiracy cast by heaven and earth. Lu Feng's voice resounded between heaven and earth, leaving countless existences in a daze. This was a kind of sluggishness caused by slight shock, but also a kind of sluggishness caused by contemplation. Before Lu Feng, the existence of the divine spark had always been a kind of key to power, a key to a higher realm. The divine spark was something that everyone hoped for, something that everyone dreamed of. However, when they heard Lu Feng's words, they really hesitated and fell into endless contemplation. If someone else had said this, it would have been a joke to many existences. However, this was said by an emperor. An emperor represented a kind of limit and a kind of truth. If he said it, then even an invincible almighty would have to think about it quietly. Lu Feng didn't see the attitude of these people around him. Or rather, he saw it, but didn't care in the slightest. This was because at the moment, Lu Feng only had eyes for the divine spark that was quietly condensing in front of him. He didn't say those words casually. This was the truth that Lu Feng had discovered after a long period of observation. Lu Feng had thoroughly felt these divine sparks. He could clearly distinguish the shocking power hidden in these divine sparks. However, at the same time, this hidden power carried a kind of invisible shackle. This was something that no one could understand or feel. Lu Feng, on the other hand, could clearly tell. The reason for all this was because he was an existence that had truly walked the path. Chapter 767. Back in the great desolate totem palace, he had entered the Saint Remain's steel and experienced so many unexpected things. Stimulated by Yu Yu and Qing Ran, stimulated by the awakening of his memories, he had finally gone completely crazy. Finally, he had transcended his own destiny and shattered all taboos and shackles. He had become an existence that had truly walked the path. His achievements at that moment were comparable to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the Shakyamuni Buddha and the human king. Moreover, it was precisely because he had left the path that he could clearly feel the binding power that was constantly lingering around the Godhead. Lu Feng had a complicated look in his eyes as he looked at the Godhead. A moment later, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Countless people want to become a god. They believe that after becoming a god, they will be able to transcend all shackles and truly wander the universe. They will be able to break free from the endless shackles and truly achieve their own realm. However, they didn't expect that in the instant they condensed their godhood, many things had already been confirmed. Many things can no longer be undone. They want to break free from all restraints and be truly unrestrained. However, what they obtain in the end are real shackles, real eternal shackles. Lu Feng sighed. His eyes were filled with a hint of mockery as well as a hint of sadness. If I hadn't walked the path for eternity, perhaps I would have been like this. Perhaps I'll be the same. I'll be overjoyed by the condensation of my Godhead. But now I won't be. Godhead, you are really of no use to me. It really was of no use to him. There really wasn't much use to him. To Lu Feng, the existence of the Godhead wasn't the starting point of the path of an expert. It was the birth of the shackles that limited him. In terms of martial arts, he cultivated the great demon true body. These so-called realms were completely indifferent to him. As long as he honed himself enough, defying the heavens would be a piece of cake. As for his path as a psyche master, thanks to the origin scripture, as long as his comprehension reached a certain level, there wouldn't be any problems. Therefore, the main reason he had to take one step at a time was to use the existence of these realms to advance faster. After condensing the embryonic form of the strongest combat body, his physical body was comparable to, or even surpassing, an ordinary Grade 8 artifact. It had almost reached the level of a Grade 9 artifact. Moreover, Lu Feng knew that once he was filled with the power of the Great Devil, he would be able to strengthen his body further. At that time, he would become even more terrifying. At that time, it would truly be comparable to any Grade 9 divine object. Such a body was more than 1,000 times stronger than the so-called deified body. As for his soul, it was nothing. Final will, this was something that couldn't be compared. If it weren't for the fact that his realm was too low, he would have been able to suppress even a king. Since ancient times, the strongest will was the will of a king, the will of an emperor. Therefore, the triple enhancement of a demigod was of no use to Lu Feng. As for the final godhood, Lu Feng smiled. It was that mysterious smile again. Since I don't need the so-called path of the gods, then my existence must be unique. What use is there for me to have these shackles? Do I need these shackles to seal myself? In an instant, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, under the shocked gazes of countless living beings, Lu Feng was smashed into pieces. The beauty of this moment was so indescribable that it made people's hearts tremble. They watched as the godhood quietly shattered, and then transformed into fragments that floated about in the air, floating quietly in the air. It was a beautiful sight to behold. They had all seen the divine spark shatter into nothingness. In fact, many of them had even personally destroyed the godheads of other living beings. However, at this moment, when Lu Feng's divine spark shattered, they were completely stunned. This was Lu Feng's divine spark. It was the most powerful divine spark since ancient times. Such a powerful godhead was actually shattered by its master in such a situation. Silence. Heaven and earth seemed to be shaken by a terrifying shock once again, making them lose the ability to speak. The invincible almighties of the human race stared blankly at Lu Feng. They all felt that what Lu Feng said about the shackles should be true. But so what? Although the divine spark might be a shackle set by the origin of the universe, it represented the true great Tao of this era. It was the only direction. Moreover, even if the origin of the universe had set up the divine spark, so what? The divine spark was, after all, just a divine spark. The origin of the universe was, after all, just the origin of the universe. As the origin of the universe, it was impossible for it to punish those above the divine level who did not pose a threat to it. Therefore, the shackles did not have too serious of a shackle effect. However, Lu Feng had actually shattered his godhead in front of the crowd, just like that. In the next moment, countless beings began to gasp. All kinds of noises rang out continuously, shaking the sky. The atmosphere seemed to have completely gone berserk. However, in such a noisy atmosphere, the invincible almighties and King Realm almighties were completely silent. They could all understand the meaning of Lu Feng's words. However, understanding was one thing. If they were to be like Lu Feng and be able to reach such a level, that would be completely impossible. Even if they were fully aware of the situation, it was impossible for them to give up their invincible strength just to break free from the shackles. Even if we see through it, the result will still be the same. For us, the so-called divine spark is actually an open scheme. Even if we know that it is a shackle, we will still make the same choice in order to move forward. We will still condense the divine spark, shackles. If there is no power, what could they do even if there were no shackles? The Emperor is indeed a man of great perseverance, great wisdom, and great courage. I just don't know what kind of variables will appear in the future. Vaguely, many human race almighties had a slightly heavy feeling in their eyes. The moment Lu Feng shattered the shackles, it meant that Lu Feng had already deviated from the original trajectory of the universe. He had already entered his own path. This wasn't impossible. It was just that since ancient times, no one had truly succeeded. Back then, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, as well as the Shakyamuni Buddha, which one of them had not been equally outstanding. However, in the end, they had all met a sad end. Therefore, many beings really did not know whether Lu Feng's choice was good or bad. After a long time, an empty emperor from the human race's Federal University shook his head gently. The emperor will always be the emperor. The path he chooses will always be unimaginable, since he has made such a choice. This means that there's a reason for him to do so. He can complete a sacred site that no one in history has ever completed. He can surpass everything and become the true limit of this realm. All this means that he has the potential to shatter everything. What we need to do is to believe that the Emperor can succeed. He can truly lead us to transcend all calamities and enter a brand new era. The moment the divine essence was shattered, Lu Feng could clearly feel a mysterious power being extracted from him. It was a power that carried the mark of a god being extracted from his own body. Lu Feng knew that his physical body, soul, and had all returned to the state they had been in before the deification. However, Lu Feng did not care about this at all. He did not care at all. This was because his strength had nothing to do with these deifications. After losing these things, Lu Feng could feel that his realm seemed to have increased again. The definition of a peak demigod was to condense one's physical body, soul, will, and divine essence to become a harmonious existence. However, at this moment, he had lost all of these. Therefore, Lu Feng did not need to condense anything anymore. He had directly entered the peak demigod realm. At this moment, Lu Feng could clearly feel that his power had undergone an earth-shattering increase in an instant. At this moment, the stored power of the king's prayer had been drawn out by him. All of it poured into his body and quickly made up for the lack of power in his realm. Moments later, Lu Feng finally entered the pinnacle of the demigod realm. The fourth realm of the great demon true body, the great star demon body, has been completed. It has been completely completed. Now, what I need to do is to increase my cultivation as a psychic as well. At that time, my power will be even more unsolvable. The corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile. In other people's minds, his power should be comparable to a mid-level or even high-level celestial god. However, Lu Feng knew that it was because of the existence of the ultimate combat body and the terrifying increase in his realm. His current power was definitely not inferior to a peak celestial god's. He, who was not even a deity, could even fight a peak celestial god. Of course, if he faced a peak celestial god, then there was no possibility of him being able to fight. This was because peak celestial gods represented a kind of limit. They were peak nomological laws and had begun to make contact with the existence of the world. Lu Feng admitted that he was no match for such a terrifying expert. Lu Feng exhaled softly and felt his current state. He was really satisfied. This Battle of the Kings had allowed him to improve a lot. He had also completed all the goals he had set before the battle. Chapter 768. Now, he had completely broken through. He had entered the pinnacle of the domain, which belonged to the realm below the gods. His strength had reached a shocking level. Lu Feng was completely satisfied. Lu Feng smiled softly as he sensed the flames still burning around him. These were the flames of a great calamity. He knew that before he shattered his divine spark, when he entered the second or third demigod domain, the space-time tribute would appear. However, no strange phenomenon had appeared at that time. This made Lu Feng realize that it was impossible for the space-time tribute to appear during this calamity. Originally, I could also have some space-time tribute. Although it's useless, it's really quite nice to look at. Lu Feng smiled softly as he looked at the flames around him. Of course, this was just a joke. He didn't care about these things at all. Moreover, there was no way he could care about them now. Now that he had shattered his divine spark, the space-time tribute would have nothing to do with him anymore. Lu Feng exhaled softly. He stretched out his arm and clenched his fist slightly in front of hundreds of millions of people. At that moment, everyone seemed to feel an extremely powerful pulse between heaven and earth. It seemed to be an aura that caused space-time to fluctuate. The Emperor's power has indeed become stronger. Now that he has come into contact with the space-time law, the Emperor's law, his power is thousands of times stronger than before. Coupled with his terrifying accumulation and understanding of the space-time law. If he wanted to fluctuate space now, it would be a piece of cake. Such a terrifying spatial fluctuation could only be achieved by an extremely powerful celestial god. However, Lu Feng had done it easily. He had even done it with a wave of his arm. This undoubtedly showed how powerful Lu Feng was at the moment. In an instant, the aura around Lu Feng began to change. The Emperor's will that had been lingering around him had disappeared. The immortal transcendence that had appeared before had also been completely annihilated. At that moment, only an extreme and indescribable aura remained. This was a kind of trembling that couldn't come from the bottom of one's soul. It was an aura that seemed to be able to bury the entire universe with him. This aura, it's the aura of destruction, that's right. Among the supreme powers that the monarch comprehended, there's the power of destruction. This kind of destructive power is the true power that was born for destruction. Legend has it that once this power evolves to the extreme, it can easily evolve into the ultimate destructive celestial bodies, such as black holes. Power is so terrifying that even the universe would tremble in fear. The existence of the power of destruction was too mysterious and terrifying. Except for a lunatic like Lu Feng, who else would dare to let destruction enter their body and further comprehend it? Only Lu Feng would dare to do such a thing. Moreover, most of the existence's understanding of the power of destruction was limited to legends. Only a few of them had seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, they would never know or understand that the moment when the power of destruction had truly evolved to the extreme was not a celestial phenomenon of a black hole at all. Instead, it was a true cosmic catastrophe. The appearance of the power of destruction stunned many existences for a moment. However, they soon understood and completely figured it out. They knew that Lu Feng intended to use the power of destruction to fight against the boundless flames of destruction. The flames of destruction are boundless and rootless. Even in the void, they can still burn endlessly. At this moment, this is a disaster targeted at the monarch. It wants to completely annihilate his newly formed supreme divine body. Therefore, before the monarch's supreme divine body is completely annihilated, the flames of destruction will absolutely not disappear. The flames of destruction belong to a kind of cosmic catastrophe. Its quality level is abnormally extreme. It's too difficult for other powers to annihilate it. Moreover, there's the true meaning of the catastrophe. Those who have the ability to annihilate everything don't dare to do so. Because if they do, not only will it not be helpful, but it will also cause the monarch to fall into an even greater catastrophe. Therefore, if he wants to survive this flames of destruction, Lu Feng can only rely on himself. He can only rely on himself. Naturally, the power of destruction is the best way to deal with it. Everyone already knew that Lu Feng intended to rely on the power of destruction to completely annihilate the flames of destruction. This was Lu Feng's plan. At this moment, many people had strange expressions on their faces. They understood that although it seemed that the flames of destruction would not be able to harm Lu Feng at all. However, as time passed, it would be hard to say. After all, although Lu Feng's supreme divine body could be said to be the most terrifying since ancient times, it was a catastrophe. However, the flame of destruction was one of the great calamities that could destroy the world. Once it started burning, there would be no end to it. Therefore, as time passed, Lu Feng would definitely be the first to be unable to withstand it. Now, Lu Feng could be considered to have come up with a solution. Sure enough, the moment the power of destruction appeared, the boundless flames of destruction seemed to have encountered a natural enemy. No, it couldn't be considered a natural enemy because the flames of destruction were only a kind of true meaning derived from the power of destruction. It could only be considered a branch of the power of destruction and could not be considered a natural enemy no matter what. It was just that Lu Feng's current comprehension of the power of destruction was too shallow, and the flames of destruction were condensed from the universe origin to destroy Lu Feng's supreme divine body. Therefore, the difference in quality finally slowly made up for the gap in level. Seeing the power of destruction and the flames of destruction constantly colliding around Lu Feng, the eyes of many beings were filled with a strange light. The level of the flames of destruction condensed from the universe origin is too high. The Emperor's true meaning of destruction is simply unable to contend against it. I wonder what the outcome will be this time. Based on everyone's observation, Lu Feng was really unable to resist the flames of destruction. His power of destruction was no match for the flames of destruction. However, this was only the opinion of the outside world. It was only their opinion. The real situation was not like this. It was completely different. This was because Lu Feng had closed his eyes once again. Time passed slowly. In the beginning, the power of destruction was far from being a match for the flames of destruction. However, as time went on, the situation slowly changed. Such a scene was beyond everyone's expectations. No one understood why such a situation would occur, but this was the reality. Although Lu Feng had closed his eyes and seemed to have given up control of the power of destruction, the power of destruction was gradually turning the tables. From being completely suppressed and in imminent danger to being evenly matched just now, there was no difference at all. Now, the power of destruction was faintly gaining the upper hand, and there was a terrifying feeling that it was suppressing the flames of destruction. Finally, some observant beings finally discovered it. At this moment, their expressions were incomparably complicated. It was a kind of slight trembling, a kind of slight shock, but also a kind of understanding and a kind of self-deprecating emotion. The Emperor is indeed the Emperor. Nothing can stop or limit what he wants to do. This time, he definitely has more than one way to eliminate the flames of destruction. However, he still used the power of destruction. The reason for doing this is because the Emperor wants to comprehend. He wants to comprehend the intrinsic nature of the flames of destruction, so that the level of his power of destruction can be improved further. After hearing this, the crowd fell silent. A moment later, they all nodded lightly. Although this kind of behavior was crazy, it could even be said to be extremely crazy. However, in the eyes of the crowd, this was not a big deal. Had Lu Feng not done enough to achieve breakthroughs during a battle? In the past, the things he did were even more terrifying and extreme. Compared to the past, the things he did now were truly nothing. Look, it won't be long before the Emperor succeeds. The crowd really understood that Lu Feng was only one step away from success. The flames of destruction had almost completely disappeared. What little remained was constantly being nibbled away by the power of destruction, as if it would disappear completely in the next moment. Everyone understood that the moment the flames of destruction completely disappeared, Lu Feng would succeed. Previously, because of the existence of the flames of destruction, the Emperor's vision was completely covered up. Even the bestowment after the victory of the Battle of the Kings was not present. I just don't know what kind of blessing the Emperor will receive this time. Legend has it that after every Battle of the Kings, the winner would enter the Emperor's domain. There had never been an exception, but this time was different. In the past, the victors of the Battle of the Kings were almost all at the level of the virtual king. Even the heavenly god Battle of the Kings entered the virtual king's realm after the battle. Therefore, the victors of the Battle of the Kings entered the Emperor's domain. However, it is different now. It is completely different. Even after the Emperor won, he did not reach the divine spirit realm. This time, will he be able to enter the Emperor's domain? The crowd was really incomparably concerned. This was because entering the Emperor's domain meant that one was invincible, temporarily invincible. The moment one entered the Emperor's domain, it meant that one had broken the forbidden mythological domain and possessed the power of a mythological domain. The most powerful mythological domain power. At that moment, Lu Feng was still a demigod existence. However, the moment he entered the Emperor's domain, he had become the true divine king. He was even the most powerful peak tier 1 mythological domain divine king. This was the terrifying existence of the forbidden mythological domain. Finally, the last bit of the flames of destruction disappeared completely. At this moment, the true essence of destruction around Lu Feng had increased in power once again, as if it had entered a whole new level. The powerful fluctuations made everyone's heart tremble. The Emperor's improvement is really too fast. His improvement is completely visible in his physical body. There is no limit at all. This era is the era of the Emperor. Chapter 769. In the past, they were about to enter the era of emperors. But this time, it was already confirmed. Because Lu Feng had already won the Battle of the Kings, he had already used his mark in this era. At the top of the sky, the eyes were still closed. He seemed to be thinking about something. Everyone knew that Lu Feng was now comprehending. He was comprehending the success of this Battle of the Kings. Many invincible almighties were silent. In the next moment, all the invincible almighties of the foreign races retreated. The more than 20 invincible almighties of the human race all took a step forward and came to Lu Feng's side. Everyone knew that in such an era, there was bound to be an earth-shattering disaster. Lu Feng's existence might be the key to them getting through this disaster. However, no one could guarantee that Lu Feng was really safe and worry-free. Therefore, for Lu Feng's safety and to eliminate the hidden dangers, while Lu Feng was comprehending, those existences consciously left, leaving only the invincible almighties of the human race to slowly guard him. In the void, more than 500 invincible almighties of the human race had all appeared, quietly guarding Lu Feng's side. More than 20 invincible almighties were standing around Lu Feng. In addition to these people, there was another existence standing close to Lu Feng. He was the Supreme King who had dominated an era in the past and frightened billions of young geniuses. He was the god-slaying Lu Tao. Lu Tao's appearance caused countless beings to have complicated expressions on their faces. At this level, Lu Tao was the real top genius among all the geniuses. It could be said that although many divine kings have been born in the human race in the past few thousand years, there were only 3 of them who were the most famous among the young geniuses. The first one was heavenly god Jialan from 500 years ago. He was a supreme king of the same generation as the young Netherworld king. The young Netherworld king of that generation could be considered as a peerless genius. Although he couldn't be compared to the young Netherworld king of this era, his level of strength was already among the top few in the history of the Netherworld race. However, such a supreme king was still hunted down by heavenly goddess Jialan and killed in front of the Nether King, Primogenitor. From this, one could see just how terrifying heavenly goddess Jialan was in the past. After Emperor goddess Jialan came the era of Godslayer Lu Tao. One man and one sword slaughtered until time and space collapsed. Countless existences trembled and millions upon millions of devilish geniuses felt fear in their hearts whenever Lu Tao's name was mentioned. This was the Godslayer Lu Tao. Naturally, the third freak was Emperor Lu Feng. Compared to the previous 2, Emperor Lu Feng was undoubtedly more powerful and had no bottom line. However, right now, many people were no longer paying attention to Lu Feng. They were looking at Lu Tao. After all, everyone knew about the relationship between Lu Tao and Lu Feng. Furthermore, these 2 were the only 2 remaining freakish geniuses of the human race. Lu Tao stood quietly beside Lu Feng. There was a cautious, murderous intent in his eyes. In the past, he had always been gentle and refined in front of Lu Feng and Yin Shenwei. He had always resigned himself to adversity. Back then, he had been the real him. However, he hadn't been the most well-rounded him. This was because such a situation was too rare. His kindness and gentleness would only appear in front of his family. To outsiders, he was domineering and incomparably domineering. However, to his enemies, Lu Tao was terrifying. He was incomparably terrifying and crazy. Therefore, the current Lu Tao was also the real Lu Tao. He was even a more well-rounded Lu Tao. Lu Tao, you have to be careful this time. The great ancestor looked at Lu Tao solemnly. His voice rang clearly in Lu Tao's ears. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao nodded his head gently. The cold glint in his eyes became even more obvious. Great ancestor, I can feel it too. Lu Tao had just stepped into the almighty realm and was only at the first level of the virtual king. However, once he unleashed his full combat power, he would be equivalent to a 7th level or 8th level virtual king. Furthermore, during these years, he had been quietly studying the body of the divine king. Although he didn't do it deliberately, Lu Tao's own power gradually carried a trace of the divine king's imprint. This made his power the most powerful under the invincible almighties. It could be said that although Lu Tao couldn't be considered the most powerful person under the invincible almighties, he could be considered one of the most powerful existences. Furthermore, Lu Tao still had his ultimate trump card that he hadn't used yet. Lu Tao could also feel the great ancestor's worries and feelings. In the void, The pervasive aura made their souls tremble slightly. This was an omen of extreme danger, as if some earth-shattering danger was about to descend. This kind of oppressive aura made all the almighties of the human race focus their attention. They didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Lu Feng's comprehension continued, and many of the human race's existences became more and more agitated. In fact, they weren't the only ones who felt this. Even the invincible almighties of the foreign race felt this kind of terrifying aura spreading. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, the invincible almighties of the various races spoke up. They finally decided to let the existences of their races leave this place quickly. Many existences didn't understand. However, when they saw the gloomy expressions of the invincible almighties of their races, they didn't stay any longer. Although they wanted to join in the fun and see everything, the premise of all this was that there shouldn't be any danger to their lives. When they saw the expressions of the invincible almighties, they already knew how terrifying the situation was. At this moment, many of the invincible almighties of the foreign race began to leave. Many independent cultivators and independent cultivators who belonged to the foreign battlefield also chose to leave after seeing this scene. As independent cultivators, they didn't have the foundation of those peak Overlord races. Even those peak Overlord races had left. Therefore, it was even more impossible for them to continue staying. In an instant, trillions of living beings began to leave. Dong. Dong, a soft sound came from the sky, from the earth, and from all space-time. The sound was completely transmitted just like that. It rang clearly in everyone's ears, sides, and even in every corner of their hearts. This kind of voice was calm, but it carried a kind of conviction that could never be violated. When everyone heard this voice, they consciously stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were faintly dazed, as if they had completely lost their souls. Time seemed to have completely frozen at this moment. It was as if it had been completely paused at this moment. Soon, perhaps in an instant, or perhaps in an eternity, some existences finally reacted. Two existences were completely awakened at the same time. They were the quasi-king heavenly demon and the grand ancestor of the Lu family. At this moment, endless cold sweat flowed down his cheeks. In his heart, there was a kind of fear to the extent of trembling. Without any hesitation, the voices of the grand ancestor and the heavenly demon quasi-king rang out. Their roars woke up countless people who were drowning in that strange sound. More and more living beings woke up. However, there were also some existences who were completely trapped and couldn't extricate themselves. Soon, those who couldn't extricate themselves disappeared. Just like that, they turned into endless ashes and completely disappeared. Countless existences sucked in a breath of cold air continuously. They really couldn't describe the shock in their hearts at this moment. That kind of lingering fear after death. Previously, ordinary living beings had already left one after another. However, the number of existences left behind was still a shocking 500 billion. In just an instant, nearly 30% of this number of living beings had actually disappeared, 30% of the total number. At this moment, 30% of the total number of living beings had disappeared. This was a total of 150 billion living beings. A total of 150 billion living beings had been completely annihilated and turned into nothingness. 150 billion living beings was an extremely frightening number in itself. Furthermore, there were basically no ordinary existences here at this moment. They were all peak Overlord races or first-rate races. Some are even geniuses or demons among rogue cultivators. They were all relatively strong existences. However, at this moment, 150 billion of them had perished in an instant. This kind of loss was unbearable for the entire universe. Everyone knew that if these 150 billion living beings belonged to a peak Overlord race, then this race would have been thoroughly defeated in an instant. Countless people were silent. They were all shocked and pained. Among the 150 billion living beings that had died, there were people from their races and protectors. Among them, there were even descendants of those existences. now that they had died just like that? How could those people be at peace? However, even if they were extremely angry, even if there was endless turmoil, what could they do? What could they do? What could they do? Just now, just the slightest bit of sound, without any deliberate targeting, was enough to create such terrifying disturbances, enough to instantly wipe out so many creatures. Then, what level of existence was the owner of the sound that had produced it? Everyone was shocked, sorrowful, and in despair, far away, in a place where nothing could possibly appear. Slowly, gradually, a figure appeared. It was a figure that was slowly walking over. No one could see his appearance. Those who could wake up from the destructive demonic sound were all true powerhouses. However, as powerhouses, they couldn't even dodge a single sound and were about to sink into it. This scene clearly made many existences vaguely understand something. One must know that there weren't only gods here, but also true gods and celestial gods. Among them were countless kings, countless true virtual king almighties. Moreover, there were not just ordinary origin kings here, nor were there just peerless powerhouses. There were many unrivaled almighties gathered here. For example, existences like the grand ancestor of the Lu family and the sky demon quasi-king were true pinnacle almighties. In the endless galaxy era, unless one was a true supremacy or an alternate path supremacy, no one would be able to contend with them. However, under the influence of this sound, even such existences were affected. In that case, many powerhouses already knew what level the owner of this sound was at. Chapter 770. Supreme Being. His complexion was already extremely ugly. It was already indescribably ugly. Supreme Being. The one who had arrived was definitely a Supreme Being. It couldn't be a Supreme Being of the foreign path, because a Supreme Being of the foreign path didn't have such terrifying power. Moreover, in the minds of those invincible great beings, this wasn't the only thing they had thought of. As invincible great beings, many of them, like the great ancestor of the Lu family, were able to escape unscathed even in the face of a true invincible great being. However, at this moment, just by hearing that mysterious voice that wasn't deliberately made, they had all sunk into oblivion and were almost annihilated together. Then, the one who had made that voice was definitely not an ordinary Supreme Being. That being was most likely Time Overlord Dismal. It was really dismal. Many beings of the human race couldn't describe the horror, sorrow, and despair in their hearts at this moment. If it was only the Divine King Supreme, then they really wouldn't be afraid at all. Before coming, they had expected that there might be a Supreme Being making a move. Therefore, even if a Supreme Being really did appear, they wouldn't be too shocked. After all, the three great ancestors of the Lu family were invincible great beings at the level of Supreme Being of the foreign path. Although in terms of power, they couldn't compare to the Supreme Being of the foreign path in many aspects. However, their combat power was definitely at the level of a Supreme Being. Together with the bloodline of the human king, the ancestors of the Lu family wouldn't lose to any Supreme Being in a head-on confrontation. However, the one who had appeared this time wasn't a Supreme Being of the universe or the foreign path, but a Time Overlord. A Time Overlord was a being who had entered a whole new domain. Their strength was far beyond that of a Supreme Being of the first level of the Divine King's mythological forbidden domain. Unless it was a heaven-defying being, no one could compete with a Time Overlord in the domain of a Supreme Being of the universe. This was the truth. This was the theorem. It was an extremely strange figure. He walked lightly, but it was as if he was a giant who was hundreds of millions of feet long, stepping heavily between heaven and earth. This was an extreme contradiction, an indescribable strangeness. The great ancestor realized, and at this moment, because of this discovery, his face finally turned completely pale. The reason for that was because he discovered that the sound that was capable of destroying the world and easily annihilating 150 billion experts was actually just a footstep. It was actually just the footsteps of that great being. It was just the sound of that being stepping through the void space. He didn't deliberately use some shocking technique. Instead, when he used his own power, it brought about a terrifying energy fluctuation after he moved. Previously, the great ancestor of the Lu family had hoped that the sound was deliberately made by that mysterious great being. If that was the case, then he might still be a supreme being of the universe, supreme being level. But now, it seemed that he was really just a casual move. This meant he was definitely not the overlord of the universe. Despair. It all might SSS. That figure finally was. Who was who? Who was who? Who? Silence. Billions of pessimistic and hopeless silence. These people had no idea why a universe supreme had appeared here, and why a peerless godly king had appeared. They had no idea who this peerless godly king was, why he had come here, and why he wanted to wipe out those 100 billion living beings. But they knew that this mysterious divine king had evil intentions toward them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused so many beings to disappear and be annihilated in the face of a temporal overlord. Even a god king would have to be respectful. But at this moment, the most powerful beings here were Life-Death Quasi-King, the Great Ancestor, and Sky Demon Quasi-King. They were too weak compared to the time Overlord silence. Complete silence. The mysterious time Overlord stood quietly in the void space. He didn't make a move. He didn't even move. He just watched quietly. And the direction he was looking at was the center of the countless beings, where Emperor Lu Feng remained silent with his eyes slightly closed. Time passed slowly. After an endless silence, Emperor Overlord finally opened his eyes. Lu Feng finally awoke from his endless slumber, from the endless comprehension he had gained. Everyone really didn't know what to say or do. Even though the emperor had woken up from his endless comprehension, what could he do? He was, after all, just an emperor who had yet to achieve great success. He could be an expert who could defy the heavens and wake up from endless calamities. He could go on another expedition and finally create one divine miracle after another. But so what? So what? Facing the virtual king, he didn't have any power to fight back. And now, he was facing the divine king, who could annihilate Life-Death Quasi-King in an instant. The emperor was still too young at the moment. In the distant void, Lu Feng was watching quietly. Opposite him, the mighty existence was doing the same. They were staring at each other quietly. Although time was flowing, they didn't say a single word. The atmosphere between heaven and earth had completely stagnated at this moment. Finally, as if he couldn't bear this silent atmosphere, Lu Feng's voice rang out slowly. Who are you? This was the arrogance and majesty of an emperor. No matter who he faced, he would be incomparably arrogant and domineering. Even a supreme being would be the same. Many existences didn't say anything. After all, there was no room or space for them to speak at this moment. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the endless hazy figure opposite him looked the same as before. His voice rang out softly. The mystery contained within it made everyone feel an endless pressure. Are you the emperor? Lu Feng was silent for a moment before he nodded his head gently. At this moment, Lu Feng was really calm. So calm that it made one's hair stand on end. The current Lu Feng made everyone feel incomparably strange. This was because he was facing the real divine king, the time's supreme being, who was respected by billions of races and even billions of powerhouses. However, his attitude was as if he was facing someone of the same level as him. In fact, the crowd even felt that Lu Feng was looking down on them from his thoughts. No one could describe what they were feeling at this moment. The mysterious supreme being's voice rang out slowly, instantly suppressing countless existences. They couldn't even muster the slightest bit of resistance. The only thing they could do was tremble and crawl. At this moment, apart from the virtual king and other existences, only Lu Feng was still as calm as ever. The mysterious supreme being seemed to be taking in everyone's reactions. Although many existences couldn't see his face or his current state, They could vaguely feel that the mysterious supreme being was looking at Lu Feng. The focus of his gaze, the focus of his will, and even the focus of his soul were all on Lu Feng. Apart from Lu Feng, even the Grand Ancestor and the Quasi-King Heavenly Demon didn't look at him. He nodded his head gently. The great and mysterious existence actually nodded his head gently. Not bad at all. Known as. Oh right, not known as. His voice was still so indifferent. It was impossible to describe everything that was contained within it. Looking at Lu Feng, he seemed to be enlightened. You are now the #1 evildoer in all of history. You are the most invincible evildoer in all of history. You, Emperor Lu Feng, have already surpassed your primogenitor and the human king primogenitor. Therefore, you are the true #1. Lu Feng was still as calm as ever. His current state was exactly the same as when he looked at everyone else. The Grand Ancestor looked at Lu Feng with an indescribable expression. He really didn't know why Lu Feng was so calm. One had to know that Lu Feng could be so calm in the past because he had the human race behind him. But now, he was still the same. Although he still had the human race behind him, there were still countless almighties and even supreme beings protecting him. However, those powerful forces were far too inferior compared to the existence in front of him. They were really far too inferior. But why was Lu Feng still like this? The mysterious supreme being's praise didn't make Lu Feng change his expression in the slightest. He just looked at the great existence and asked slowly, "Did you come here for me?" This wasn't because Lu Feng was arrogant, but because he could see clearly. Only he and the 6 supreme monarchs existed here. Just a moment ago, the 6 supreme monarchs had been sent back to their respective races. If this mysterious supreme being had come for the 6 supreme monarchs, then he definitely wouldn't have chosen such a time to appear. Besides the 6 supreme monarchs, Lu Feng was the most valuable and worthy of a supreme being moving out. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the mysterious supreme being no longer hesitated or procrastinated. He smiled a flat smile. "Indeed, if it weren't for you, why would I have come?" Lu Feng frowned slightly. "Why did you come here to find me? Who are you? Why did you erase these living beings? Why did you do this?" Lu Feng was finally unable to continue living peacefully. After all, among the 150 billion living beings that have been annihilated, there were billions of the human race. These were the hopes of the human race's future. These were the hopes of the human race to prove itself. However, they had actually been annihilated just like that and turned into nothingness. How could Lu Feng continue to stay calm in the face of this murderer? The mysterious supreme being, who seemed to have sensed Lu Feng's anger, was still smiling faintly. He shook his head slowly. "You are a little too soft-hearted. Which supreme existence hasn't killed hundreds of billions of people? Which one of them hasn't been stained with the blood of hundreds of millions of races? If you have such benevolent thoughts, how will you reach the supreme pinnacle in the future?" Lu Feng was silent. However, this wasn't because he was speechless. He was silent because of anger. Boundless anger. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng's eyes were filled with an unprecedented light of turbulence. He stared at the mysterious supreme being as his voice reverberated throughout the land, filled with unprecedented agitation. Killed hundreds of millions of people? Stained with the blood of hundreds of millions of races? That's right, that's right. There's nothing wrong with what he said. Countless almighties looked at Lu Feng. They could sense Lu Feng's turbulent emotions and sense Lu Feng's crazy willpower. These people knew that Lu Feng wouldn't just say this casually. Sure enough, Lu Feng's voice became even louder and more terrifying. "However, the people you killed were just ants. Ants that were completely useless to you. I, Lu Feng, am the current ruler of this era. Many people have died at my hands. Among them, there are many monstrous geniuses and geniuses. However, I didn't wantonly kill those weak beings like you did. I fought against beings of the same level as me. The people I kill are those who I must kill. Everything you said is nothing but bullshit to me." Chapter 771. Lu Feng's words reverberated between heaven and earth, leaving everyone in a daze. They looked at Lu Feng in complete disbelief. These people were really at a loss, speechless, shocked, and terrified. Normally, Lu Feng's impudent voice was nothing because he was the emperor of the present age. Behind him stood the human race, the human king Lu family, the pinnacle force. He could be impudent, he could do whatever he wanted, he could do whatever he wanted. Moreover, Lu Feng was qualified to say these words. His aptitude was the absolute #1 in the endless great space-time. Such an existence was qualified no matter what he said. But now it was different. This was because he was facing the divine King Supreme, who was at the second level of the divine King Supreme. He could be said to be the true, strongest person in the current universe. He was the temporal overlord. However, Lu Feng still had an incomparably crazy and overbearing attitude, which left many existences completely speechless. Almost everyone cast their gazes into the distance, towards the mysterious sovereign. They were really afraid that this mysterious sovereign would suddenly attack and completely suppress Lu Feng, completely obliterating him. The mysterious sovereign still had the same incomparably hazy appearance as before. No one could tell if he was angry or not, nor could they sense any emotions from him. Mysterious, too mysterious. However, these people really couldn't do anything about the mystery of the temporal overlord. This was because this was the temporal overlord, and the existence at the pinnacle of the present universe was the temporal overlord. In terms of numbers, there was only one temporal overlord, the divine King Dishi. The divine king ancestor used to be one too, but he was seriously injured by the former chaos stabilizer divine king ancestor, who fell into endless contemplation. In the end, he even fell into a mythical forbidden domain of the divine king, which caused him to degenerate into the supreme level of the universe, the divine king. Now, the temporal overlord represented the only two true combat powers in the universe. If they wanted to hide, no one would be able to see through them. Even the slightest detail would not be able to be seen. Hearing Lu Feng's words and seeing Lu Feng's provocation, the mysterious sovereign didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. After a long while, he finally let out a soft chuckle. It was a chuckle, a genuine chuckle. At this moment, he seemed to be accepting. Lu Feng was like a naughty child in front of the elders. And this mysterious overlord of time was their senior. He allowed the younger generation to be mischievous, but he was always tolerant. The voice finally appeared slowly and resounded in everyone's ears. Emperor, you are indeed an emperor. Indeed, you are qualified to say such things to me. Of course, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that the moment that person spoke, he would have already died. He would have died completely. Lu Feng stared coldly at the mysterious sovereign. Finally, he opened his mouth to ask, "You still haven't told me why you came to find me." The reason? Lu Feng really needed to know the reason. Lu Feng understood that if it wasn't for his existence, this mysterious sovereign wouldn't have come. Then at that time, so many existences wouldn't have fallen, so many living beings would have died. Therefore, at the end of the day, everything had something to do with him, Lu Feng. Hearing Lu Feng's question, the mysterious sovereign finally became serious. From his voice, everyone could hear the solemnity in it. This time, I didn't come to find you for anything else. I just wanted to find you. I hope that you can join us. Between heaven and earth, there was silence. Countless people were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Join us. Join us. In that case, behind this mysterious sovereign, there wasn't just one person. Behind him stood countless existences, and behind him stood a powerful force. Countless people who came to their senses sucked in a breath of cold air. The mysterious sovereign was talking about us, not me, and not my force. So, it meant that he was absolutely not the only temporal overlord in the power behind him. Otherwise, he would be talking about me. At this moment, everyone was really shocked to the extreme. It was really hard to describe the shock and fear in their hearts. In this era, there might be some pinnacle overlord races born, but until now, only these pinnacle overlord races had survived to this day. They represented the limit of the universe, the pinnacle of power in the universe. The most powerful race in the universe today should be the Emperor race. There was Dishi, godly Emperor, a second-level godly king realm time overlord, a first-level godly king realm universe supreme, and even a few other universe supreme beings. With such power, they could look down on the universe. Even the human race couldn't resist. But now, in addition to the Emperor race, there was an additional terrifying force. It was very likely that this force had at least 2-time overlords. How could many existences not be shocked, frightened, and trembling? Silence, a kind of complete silence. After a long time, Lu Feng's voice slowly rang out. Who are you? Why have I never heard of your existence? As the pinnacle of the universe, although Lu Feng's power wasn't the strongest, his status was undoubtedly the most honorable. Now, after the victory of Wang Zhan, Lu Feng could be said to be the #1 figure below the Universe Supreme. However, even an existence like him had never heard of such a terrifying power. This was truly horrifying and suspicious. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the mysterious sovereign smiled. It was a very complicated smile. Everyone could only hear the complexity, but they couldn't feel what was hidden in this complexity. The laughter became even more intense. However, it soon stopped. It completely stopped. The mysterious sovereign looked at Lu Feng. After a few moments of silence, he slowly spoke. You, or all of you, or most of the ants here now, should have heard of us. But your understanding of us is really too shallow. So, in your hearts, our force isn't that strong. Therefore, you wouldn't have thought that we actually have such a powerful force. Hearing this, countless existences looked at each other. Their eyes were full of doubts. Gradually, finally, some existences seemed to have thought of something. A trace of fluctuation flashed in their eyes. There was a trace of doubt, a trace of shock. The next moment, more and more people seemed to have thought of something. They seemed to have thought of the same point. Their expressions were also so shocked and so complicated. Lu Feng lowered his head and thought for a moment. The next moment, he finally slowly raised his head. Looking at the mysterious sovereign in front of him, Lu Feng's eyes were also filled with shock and complicated feelings. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You are actually such a force. A lot of people have underestimated you. In their hearts, you are just a force formed by a group of defectors. If you hadn't hidden so deeply and lived in the endless darkness, you wouldn't have been so easy to kill. Then perhaps any peak overlord race could have easily killed you. Now, it seems like we were too optimistic. Actually, you didn't choose to run away to avoid the peak overlord races. The reason for all of this is because you don't want to do it. You didn't want to show your forces. Am I right? The divine king of God's Slayer. When Lu Feng said these 2 words, countless people were completely silent. They were completely shaken. They were stunned. They wanted to go crazy, but they couldn't say anything, because they also thought of this incomparably mysterious organization. In the current universe, after a few universe wars, some real organizations were gradually formed. This was similar to an alliance between the peak overlord races. There were currently 4 peak powers in the current universe. They were the true peak powers. They were formed by the union of many peak overlord races. They formed an alliance so that they could have some helpers in the event of a conflict. For example, the Godslayer organization formed by the human race and the war god race. This was established by the first god king of the human race, who was also the first god king of the titled Peerless God King. It included the 2 peak races of the human race, the war god race and the war god race. There were also hundreds of first-rate races and tens of thousands of second-rate races. In addition to the Godslayer organization, there were also 2 extremely powerful races and organizations in the past. They were the Godslayer organization and the Chief God organization. The Godslayer organization was formed by the Origin race, the Sky Demon race, and the Sky Dao race. Its founder, the Great Demon Emperor, was one of the 3 overlords of this era and was extremely powerful. The Godslayer organization wasn't any weaker than the Godslayer organization. However, due to geographical reasons, there weren't that many races. However, it was precisely because of the harsh terrain that they were stronger than the other races. In addition, they were jointly created by the three peak Overlord races. Therefore, their strength was also extremely shocking. The Chief God organization was formed by the Celestial race, the Underworld race, and the Serene blood race. Its founder was also one of the three Overlords of the past, Heavenly Venerate Nether. The three peak Overlord races of the Chief God organization were all located in places with relatively relaxed environments. Their organization also contained the largest number of races. In addition, the Underworld race was the third peak Overlord race of the current era. Therefore, their strength should be stronger than the Godslayer organization and the Godslayer organization. However, because the Serene blood race and the Underworld race were born with different beliefs, the relationship between them wasn't very harmonious. Although they were all under the command of the Chief God organization, their relationship wasn't very harmonious. This also caused the Chief God organization's organization to not be that strong. It was even slightly weaker than the Godslayer organization. As for the fourth strongest organization, it was actually a race. That was the current peak race of the universe, the Monarch race. Just by relying on the strength of a single race, it was comparable to the combined strength of any peak Overlord race. This was the terrifying strength of the Monarch race. It made people tremble and shock the world. The four strongest organizations are recognized as the peak organizations of the universe. Apart from the four strongest organizations, the most powerful organization should be the legendary Godslayer organization formed by some rogue cultivators and traders of the various peak Overlord races. However, this organization isn't considered a truly terrifying organization in the legends. Their power is limited and they don't attract too much attention. Not to mention the five strongest organizations. Any peak Overlord race would be enough to wipe them out. Lu Feng felt a little bitter as he repeated what he knew. This understanding was given to him by his race. It represented the understanding of his race, the understanding of the human race, and the understanding of countless other races. However, no one would have thought that this understanding was actually so ignorant. Chapter 772. Hearing that Lu Feng had already guessed it, the mysterious universe supreme chuckled. Everyone could hear the pride in his laughter. Actually, we don't even bother to explain anything. The four powers? Very powerful, right? But what I mean by very powerful is when they were at their peak. Back then, when you were at your peak, we were indeed no match for you and needed to hide. But now, the three overlords and the human kings have disappeared. What are you, a half-crippled underworld king? Or is it just relying on a second heaven divine, king, realm, overlord of time, Sakura divine king? Gradually, laughter rang out. It was a slightly arrogant attitude. His laughter shook heaven and earth, and it made even time tremble. Overlord of time, overlord of time, the unparalleled overlord who ruled over the years. His strength was indescribable and indescribable. He was the most terrifying supreme being, the most terrifying supreme being. At this moment, amidst the laughter, countless existences trembled. Eventually, all of them knelt on the ground. Between their expressions, there was unconcealable fear. Under the majesty of such a supreme being, their dignity as great beings had completely disappeared. Everything was annihilated. What was left was a kind of sorrow and a kind of fear. Lu Feng, from beginning to end, stood quietly at the peak of the endless void. From beginning to end, there was no fluctuation in his emotions. Although in terms of strength, he was not the strongest among the countless living beings. At most, he was only average. But as an emperor, Lu Feng's pride and majesty made it impossible for him to bow and bend his knees. Even if I die, I won't bend my knees. Even if I die, I won't bend my spine. I am the emperor. My existence props up the era. So, how can I kneel to anyone? Lu Feng's will was incomparably terrifying. It was even more shocking than his strength. Clearly, the mysterious supreme being had sensed this as well. His voice rang out once again. As expected of the emperor, the #1 king since ancient times, the most terrifying existence of the invincible era. The emperor's figure is indeed shocking. Even time and space are trembling in awe. If I give you 1,000 years, you will definitely reach the heights of the sovereign personage of the past and become the strongest overlord in the universe. In the future, you might even break through the barriers of time and become an eternal existence. I really want to see that scene. I wonder if you're willing to. This was already giving Lu Feng a choice. Lu Feng had to make his own choice. Lu Feng was silent. His eyes were calm, except for when Lu Feng had been infuriated and displayed a boundless iciness. He had been indifferent all this time. Between heaven and earth, everyone looked at Lu Feng. They didn't know what choice Lu Feng would make. The words of the mysterious supreme martial artist were very clear. He hoped that Lu Feng would be able to reach that day. What he said was hope. What he meant was that if Lu Feng didn't agree to join them, he would take action. He would take action and kill Lu Feng personally so that he wouldn't have such a day. Between heaven and earth, there was silence. Even the temporal overlord was watching quietly, waiting for Lu Feng's decision. Finally, Lu Feng spoke. "Are you an idiot? Are you an idiot?" Everyone was stunned. They looked at Lu Feng in a daze. These people had thought of countless possibilities. They thought that Lu Feng would agree to join Godslayer for the sake of his life. He thought that Lu Feng might reject him, so he rejected him righteously. However, they never thought that Lu Feng would actually say such a thing. "Are you an idiot? Are you an idiot?" He, the emperor, was insulting an overlord of time. He was insulting the most powerful being in the universe that was known to the present age. This was indescribable. Obviously, the temporal overlord didn't expect Lu Feng to say such a thing. He looked at Lu Feng and froze for a moment. Everyone could clearly feel the terrifying aura coming from the temporal overlord. This was the birth of a majestic aura of anger. It was an incomparably terrifying aura fluctuation. It was a kind of aura fluctuation that made people tremble in fear and shock. Time was tumbling, heaven and earth were trembling. The space-time around him was faintly starting to fade and dissipate into nothingness. That was nothingness. It wasn't the annihilation after being shattered. It was the disappearance of nothingness. This was the power of a king. It was the power of a true king. Countless people were frightened and frantically tried to escape. However, in an instant, countless living beings were completely annihilated in the space-time around the mysterious supreme martial artist. Death. Endless death. This was the supreme terror of the temporal overlord. It was an extreme peak. If they wanted, no matter if it was a virtual king or an ordinary mortal, they were all ants. They were the most ordinary ants. If they wanted to kill, they didn't even need to move their hands. Just the spread of their aura was enough to wipe out billions and billions of lives. The temporal overlord looked at Lu Feng speechlessly. He just allowed his aura to spread out. After killing billions and billions of lives, he finally opened his mouth. "Emperor, this is your last chance. When it comes to others, we only have one chance. However, you're not just anyone. You are the only emperor. We cherish your existence. Therefore, I can give you one more chance. I will give you one last chance. I hope you don't make a mistake." In the eyes of the mysterious supreme martial artist, Lu Feng's actions were a mistake. A complete mistake. This time, Lu Feng was no longer calm. He wasn't indifferent. His eyes were filled with a sharp light. In an instant, even the void was torn apart. Even the era was shaken. "I am the emperor, indomitable spirit. I have never needed to feel wronged. I have never needed to give up anything for anything. If I say you are an idiot, you are really an idiot. I am the emperor, the current emperor. Do you think I will join your faction? Do you think I will become a member of your faction? Do you think I will feel wronged? I am the emperor of the human race because I have the body of a human. I am Lu Feng of the human race. Therefore, I am the emperor of the human race. However, Other than the human race, the other races, no matter how strong they are still other races. I, Lu Feng, will always be a human. I will always be the emperor of a human race. You want me to join you? What a joke. You are all idiots. At the last moment, Lu Feng roared. His heart was in turmoil. His blood was burning. He was Lu Feng, the emperor of the human race, Lu Feng. How could he feel wronged and become someone else's lackey? Lu Feng's voice was firm and unyielding. It stood proudly between heaven and earth, towering over the blue dome of heaven. At this moment, he caused everyone to tremble. Emperor, this is the emperor. This is the emperor of the human race. Unyielding, unyielding, unyielding. For my faith, for my emperor, why must he die? Why must he die? In an instant, the atmosphere of countless people was stirred up. They looked at Lu Feng with bloodshot eyes. Although they were still frightened, they were still afraid. However, when they heard Lu Feng's words, they suddenly felt that all of this was nothing. The emperor, such a noble existence, could face everything so simply and bravely. So why couldn't they? Their talent was not as good as Lu Feng's. Their power was not as good as Lu Feng's. Then could it be that they could not compare to anything? No, no, no. They could. They still had spirit. They could bravely face anything and everything like an emperor. Countless roars shook the starry sky. These people were all true experts. Being able to regain consciousness under the shaking demonic sound was already a proof. Therefore, at this moment, their roars, their unyielding roars, truly shook the starry sky. Vaguely, the terrifying haze around the mysterious Supreme began to change. This was no longer a simple haze. From this haze, everyone felt a terrifying change. It was a kind of chaos between heaven and earth, a kind of arrival of death. This was a kind of terrifying will. This was the era of death. The voice was no longer as indifferent and arrogant as before. As of this moment, the mysterious paragon had finally returned to the level he had been when he was slaughtering everything in his path. He had finally returned to the level where he had been able to wipe out 150 billion living beings with the sound of his footsteps. In that case, you could die now. He raised his arm slightly. In an instant, all the power between heaven and earth began to crazily condense. This is the power of the Divine King. Countless people were at a loss when they felt that terrifying condensation and that invincible blessing. The power they condensed was obtained from the world around them. It was drawn from heaven and earth. However, at this moment, the mysterious paragon was condensing his own power from the endless space-time. Such a scene was absolutely shocking, absolutely shocking. Even if an invincible expert wanted to condense such a terrifying amount of power, it would take a few days or even a few months, drawing the power of countless regions to complete it. However, in the hands of the mysterious Supreme, everything was so simple. It was so simple that it could be done easily. In the blink of an eye, an endless amount of invincible power was completely condensed and gathered in front of him. Under this kind of power, no existence could resist. Not to mention Lu Feng, who had just become a peak demigod. Even the Grand Ancestor and the heavenly demon Quasi-King, who were second only to the Divine King, were completely unable to resist. Many people's eyes flashed with a trace of despair. However, they did not retreat. This was because they saw the Emperor's figure in the void. In the face of anything, he never took a step back. In the face of anything, he was never afraid. Chapter 773. When one was alive, one would die. This was a law that had existed since ancient times. It was a law that couldn't be changed. People as strong as the human king and the supreme overlords of the primordial immortal demonic era had all perished in the long river of history. Although they were afraid of death, they were even more afraid. They were afraid that they would lose their faith in their souls. That kind of existence, which was worse than death, made them truly terrified. That was what they were truly afraid of. Since they knew that they were going to die, they weren't that frightened after figuring everything out. Instead, they were able to face everything calmly. They wanted to resist and make their final voices heard. However, this time, they sadly discovered that everything was in vain. If it had only been the Divine King, a first-level Divine King at the Divine King's mythological domain, all their unwillingness and cries would have been condensed together forever. They would have been able to break through all obstacles and shatter the shackles of heaven and earth. Then, they would have been able to take action in front of the Divine King. Unfortunately, this time, they were facing an overlord, a true overlord of time. They were existences that could even suppress time. Any sublimation of power wouldn't pose the slightest threat to them. Therefore, no matter how furious or crazy they were right now, they were unable to unleash any of their strength. Everything could only turn into a thick sense of unwillingness. They could only watch with their own eyes as death approached them. The power of destruction had completely condensed and taken form. This time, the target of the time Overlord's attack wasn't just Lu Feng. It was everyone he actually wanted to obliterate. He wanted to obliterate all the peak Overlord races and half the elites of billions of races. It was really crazy. All living beings had really gone crazy. However, was it useful? It was really useless. It was really useless. In front of the time Overlord and the enormous power he had condensed, they really didn't have the slightest ability to resist. After all, they were being suppressed by the power of time at the moment. They were all being suppressed by the power of time. They watched helplessly as destruction appeared and descended. Countless existences finally closed their eyes. I've said it before. I'll protect my son. His voice grew louder and louder. In an instant, the entire world was filled with his voice. Countless existences raised their heads and looked up. In that instant, they saw. It was a mighty figure, the figure of a supreme being. He stood between heaven and earth with boundless determination, bravery, and unyielding courage. In that moment, the entire era seemed to be in turmoil. Heaven and earth were in chaos, and time itself was being reincarnated. One punch. It was an indescribable punch. It was the most powerful attack that encompassed everything. Unlike the invincible power condensed by the time supremacy, the attack that the figure had unleashed was purely based on the strength of his physical body. However, this physical attack was truly invincible. It was completely invincible. Countless people could no longer describe what they were feeling. It was completely indescribable. In the sky, the most terrifying annihilation appeared. At this moment, countless existences were affected. In an instant, billions of existences began to vanish. They were annihilated and turned into nothingness. However, because of this sudden confrontation, the mysterious time supremacy's power was greatly reduced. It could no longer suppress all the existences, allowing them to break free from the shackles. At this moment, countless almighties, peerless almighties, and invincible almighties went crazy. They began to crazily detain and protect those with potential from their own races. Although most of the existences were annihilated in this collision, the true elites and elites of their respective races. Under the protection of the experts of their respective races, the monstrous geniuses and the peak geniuses of their respective races, they managed to survive. This could be considered as a blessing in disguise. Annihilation. Gradually, they disappeared. This was an unprecedented collision of annihilation. If it wasn't for him, perhaps not a single existence would be left now. Silence. Everyone looked at the two existences who were facing each other in silence in the void. They could no longer describe the incomparable shock in their hearts. The true king. He is the true king. He is our former faith. The true faith of the younger generation. He really succeeded. He really did what those god kings and supreme venerables of the past could not do. Before 100 years old, he really did it. Apart from the human kings, his achievements are the greatest in all of history. In many people's hearts, although he was the true monstrous genius of this era, he wasn't the most outstanding existence among the monstrous geniuses of this era. In many people's eyes, he was far inferior to many others. But who would have thought? Who would have believed that this ordinary person who they thought only existed in the past, who had lost all hope, actually succeeded? He, at the virtual king's level, actually broke through the barrier. He actually broke through the divine king's forbidden mythological domain. Lu Tao, God-slayer Lu Tao, he really succeeded. In this moment of sorrow and despair, in this moment of certain death, they saw hope. They saw the true source of hope. No one could have imagined that after becoming the virtual king, he actually succeeded. He actually became such a great existence. He actually broke through that domain. He actually broke through that domain and became such a great and supreme existence. This is the true king. At the top of the sky, Lu Tao's body was surging with the true aura of invincibility. It was a kind of aura that belonged to myths. It was a kind of terrifying aura that could suppress the era, the universe, the time, and the endless reincarnation with just his physical body. The forbidden physical body mythological domain. This was the forbidden physical body mythological domain of the Divine King's three great forbidden mythological domains. The master who used it was Lu Feng's father. In the past, he was the greatest existence in the galaxy era. He killed his way through the foreign races until they were terrified. He killed his way through the younger generation of all races until their expressions changed at the mention of his name. God-slayer Lu Tao. It was God-slayer Lu Tao. Everyone believed that he had lost all hope of moving forward, that his path as the Divine King had been cut off, and that he had been stuck at the virtual king for his entire life. He, at the final moment, actually broke out. He completely broke out. It was shocking. No one would have thought that the one who saved everything this time would be Lu Tao. No one would have thought that it would be him. But the result, the real situation, was like this. He really broke that forbidden domain. He really completed such a magnificent feat before he was 100 years old. He really succeeded. Looking at the mysterious supreme being in front of him, Lu Tao's eyes were full of vigorous fighting spirit. He, the God-slayer, was the greatest evildoer in the galaxy era in the past. Even now, even though the monstrous geniuses of this epic had surpassed him in the past in terms of aptitude, they were still incomparable to him in terms of reputation. In the past, when my son encountered the majestic will of the Divine King, I could not do anything. There was nothing I could do. I could only watch him wander between life and death like this. In the past, when my son was killed by an expert, I was still busy with my own research. I could only watch as he sank into depravity, as he was almost dead, before I could send his almost dead body back. It was too much. My son became the greatest evildoer in the world, an existence revered by billions. But during this time, how much did he experience? Did anyone know? I don't know. As his father, I don't know. But I know. I failed in my duty. As a father, I really failed in my duty. However, that was in the past. Everything was in the past. Now, for everything now, I let my son go through too many risks. This time I succeeded. So, from today onwards, my son will be under my protection. He will be under my, Lu Tao's protection. After breaking the Divine King's forbidden mythological domain, Lu Tao was now a first-tier Divine King. Everyone knew that as long as Lu Tao did not die, once he accumulated enough time, he would directly break through the 9th or 10th tier of the virtual king's domain and enter the Divine King's domain. At that time, he would have the complete Divine King's power of power. He would suppress the era, condense destiny, and stand above the world. At this moment, Lu Tao was completely deranged. In the sky, only he and Lu Feng stood quietly. The other existences had all flown back. These people knew that the current battlefield was no longer something that they could participate in. This was the battlefield of the Supremes. This was a place where the Supremes fought each other. They were nothing more than ants. Even though they usually held great statuses, they were nothing more than ants in the current battlefield. They were the lowliest ants. The mysterious Supremes had been watching quietly since Lu Tao had made his move. It seemed like he had no intention of killing him. He was just waiting. Lu Tao looked across at the temporal overlord. His voice was completely shaken. God Punisher. In the past, I would never have imagined that God Punisher would be such a powerful organization. Even the temporal overlord could be part of it. Indeed, we have underestimated you. We have underestimated you too much. There was a faint glow in his eyes. However, what existed within was determination, incomparable determination. When he heard Lu Tao's words, the mysterious temporal overlord suddenly laughed faintly. Yes, you have all underestimated us too much. Actually, I want to say the same thing. We have also underestimated you too much. We have underestimated you too much, Godslayer Lu Tao. Back in the outer region, the Nether King progenitor destroyed your God King path. At that time, we thought you were done for, Lu Tao, since you killed Godslayer. But you've proven one thing to us. You've proven that you, Lu Tao, are peerlessly terrifying. Now, you have become a virtual king, Almighty. You have used the space-time laws to enter the domain of the world. You have become a true virtual king. This proves that you have found the path of a king once more. At this point, the mysterious temporal overlord paused slightly. He looked at Lu Tao and shook his head gently. Of course, the most unexpected thing is that you have become a supreme being. Although you cannot be considered a true supreme being, your existence can shatter a supreme being's domain at any time. You can enter the supreme being realm at any time. Actually, you can already be considered a supreme being. These words weren't wrong. The current Lu Tao could enter a supreme being's domain at any time. Although the price he had to pay every time he shattered a supreme being's domain was extremely terrifying, it meant that he, Godslayer Lu Tao, could already enjoy the treatment of a true supreme being in the entire universe. He was no longer Godslayer Lu Tao. He should be known as the Divine King Slayer. Chapter 774. Lu Tao stared coldly at his opponent, at the mysterious Overlord of Time. He did not take a single step back. Although his opponent was the Overlord of Time, an existence far stronger than him, his pride and protection prevented him from taking even a single step back. This was Lu Tao, the former #1 monster of the past, Lu Tao. Looking at Lu Tao, the mysterious Overlord of Time chuckled. To be honest, looking at you now, I truly cherish your talent. Godslayer, I will give you a chance to choose a new team. Join us, and I can guarantee your life. In the future, you will definitely become the true Divine King. You are the Divine King, an existence who shattered a mythological taboo domain before becoming a Divine King. Therefore, once you enter the true Divine King domain, your power will rise to the limit. At that time, you will probably only be at the first layer of the domain, yet you will have the power to resist the Overlord of Time. The future, your future, is also filled with endless changes. At that time, with our accumulation, you will even have hope of becoming the Overlord of Time, or even the Overlord of an era. Are you willing to join us, to become the Overlord of Time, to become the Overlord of an era? To any cultivator, this was a temptation that they could never refuse. Only the most terrifying existences had the qualifications to challenge the Overlord of Time. It was the most terrifying monster of the primordial immortal devil era, a height that only the king of taboo could reach. Therefore, the Overlord of an era was the limit that ordinary people like them could reach. Countless people fell silent. They looked at Lu Tao. They knew that if Lu Tao was willing to submit, Lu Feng would most likely be swayed. Would Lu Tao submit? Would he help the Overlord of Time fight against them? This was really possible. Back then, Lu Tao was a peerless talent, suppressing the entire younger generation. But what happened to him? His miracle, his hope was snuffed out. He was a deicide, the absolute pinnacle of the younger generation in the past. He was a supreme being, a great existence that no one could ever hope to reach. He was truly a young supreme being who had reached the pinnacle. However, the outcome was that the progenitor of the underworld king had taken action, breaking the Divine King's path and extinguishing his hopes of reaching the peak of the Radiant Realm. This was hatred, a great hatred, a hatred that could not be washed away by anything. Therefore, Lu Tao had reason to hate everything. After all, back then, everyone had watched him fail and watched as his hope was snuffed out. So far, no one had made a move. Therefore, he had enough reason to join God Punisher and become a peak-level existence. Then, he would take revenge on those people. Everyone was watching and waiting. Silence. Endless silence. Finally, Lu Tao's voice resounded throughout the world and the sea of stars. I am Godslayer Lu Tao. In this life, I have traversed the universe. Suppressing the younger generation, they would never be able to stand out again. Who can match up to my glory? This was Lu Tao. The younger generation that he had suppressed would tremble in fear when they heard his name. They would retreat when they saw his existence. This was the human king Lu Feng of the past. This was something that the current Emperor Lu Feng could not compare to. Someone as strong as the human king was an existence that was hunted down in that era. Countless people wanted to kill the human king. Before he became a supreme being, he had spent his time in endless slaughter. He was like an emperor. Although he was invincible in this era, his journey was too shocking. It was only until the end of the Battle of the Kings that he could be considered as the most invincible existence among the younger generation. He was the strongest existence. Before this, many supreme kings were staring at Lu Feng, wanting to fight him. Therefore, whether it was Liu Bei or Lu Feng, they had always been recognized by many existences and wanted to provoke them. No matter what, they could not be like Lu Tao, killing until the other existences trembled in fear. This was Lu Tao the deicide. He looked at the time Overlord with a never-before-seen firmness in his eyes. However, the proudest moment in my life was not when I was conferred the title of deicide, when I made billions of monstrous geniuses retreat. It was not when I shattered the shackles, broke through the forbidden domain, and stepped into the ranks of the supreme beings at any time. It was this moment. It was now. My son, Emperor Lu Feng, defeated everything. He used the method of sacred relic to reach the moment of the strongest king battle since ancient times. Lu Feng had defeated all his opponents using the method of a sacred relic. His strength was unprecedented since ancient times. Other people's victories were achieved through collisions step by step. However, Lu Feng had shattered everything, suppressing all his opponents at once. He was truly peerless and unparalleled. My son is where my greatest pride lies. This moment is the most glorious moment of his life so far. How can I tarnish his reputation at such a moment? Even if I am on the verge of death, I will not let his glory be tarnished in the slightest. Therefore, Lu Tao did not continue, because there was no need to say anything more. In the blink of an eye, the Godslayer's time Overlord nodded. The deicide is the deicide. In your era, you were the most terrifying existence. No one can compare to you. And now you are still the same. The three kings of the Lu family. The Lu family has shocked the world. It has shocked the world forever. In countless time and space, only the Lu family can match the three kings of the Lu family. The three kings of the Lu family. Human King Liu Bei, Killer King Lu Tao, and Emperor Lu Feng. Since you have chosen everything, then let it end like this. The surrounding primal chaos completely disappeared at this moment. All the haziness was annihilated in an instant. Clarity. At this moment, the time Overlord beside the time Overlord became completely clear. His appearance was finally displayed in front of everyone. It was so clear and pure. Countless people frowned slightly when they saw his face. They discovered that this god-slaying Overlord of Time was truly an incomparably mysterious Overlord of Time. Nobody had seen him before. Everything about him was a complete blank. Lu Tao's face was full of solemnity. He knew that when the haziness around him disappeared, the time Overlord had decided to fight for real. He would no longer hide himself. He was going to fight Lu Tao for real. The blood in his body began to boil. Lu Tao's heart was in turmoil. His soul was burning crazily. He turned around and glanced at Lu Feng behind him. The corners of his mouth curled into a proud smile. His eyes were filled with an unyielding will. Xiaofeng, there were so many times in the past when I was not by your side. I let you go through so much pain and suffering alone. This time, it won't happen again. I will lose. I will definitely lose. However, I will never let anyone hurt you before I die. This was what Lu Tao thought in his heart. It was also where his oath lay. For Lu Feng's sake, he would stand at the forefront of everything. He would face everything bravely. He would be strong and shoulder everything. Winds and clouds converged. Heaven and earth changed. Time and space rotated. Fate was bleak. The determination in his heart led to the changes of time. Lu Tao's heart was beating wildly. His combat strength had reached the peak of his life. Let's fight. I will use my life to prove the value of Lu Tao's existence. I will prove my determination to uphold my oath. I don't care if you're the time Overlord or the era Overlord. I don't care if you are invincible or the Overlord of the universe. Fight! 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 Lu Tao's roar caused the space-time to change. At this moment, countless ancient anomalies appeared in the void. In the end, all of these anomalies collapsed. A giant walked out of the space-time and shattered them all. That giant was the human monarch. It was the primogenitor human monarch. He was the greatest primogenitor human monarch. However, in the next moment, the figure of the human monarch started to turn hazy. It became blurry and illusory. What gradually became clear was a brand new face. That was the king of killing, Lu Tao. He had replaced the human monarch. Just like Lu Feng, he had transcended everything. He had manifested his own avatar anomaly. Kill. The word kill condensed into reality. It shattered the illusions of heaven and earth and shook the reincarnation of history. He was the king of killing. His killing was forged from the blood of billions of monstrous geniuses and geniuses. Therefore, he was the true supreme king of killing. His killing spree was bloody and wretched. The God-Slayer's time Overlord had a slightly solemn expression. He could feel the will that seemed to be the truth contained within this attack. There was no doubt that this was a shocking thing. It was something he had never imagined. God-Slayer. It is indeed God-Slayer. Although you are only the virtual king, you have entered this level. Unexpectedly, you have such power. You are actually not inferior to the real divine king. However, it's a pity that you've always been a first-layer supreme divine king. Your true body has always been an insignificant existence. How can you fight with me? What ability do you have to fight me? What ability do you have to fight with me? Then what about me? Then what about me? For simple words resounded from the void and reverberated through the era. His voice was so light, so clear, so shocking, and so stirring. In the blink of an eye, the voice suppressed everything and destroyed everything. The terrifying atmosphere formed by the God-Slayer's time Overlord completely disappeared at this moment. It became a thing of the past. Countless people had strange expressions. They were dumbfounded. They turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. Chapter 775. The other side of the sky seemed to be the other side of the sky. It was an existence that belonged to another world, the foundation of another space-time. And yet, on that other side of the sky, an existence walked quietly, slowly walking out of the endless space-time. There is no glory to be seen, no extravagance to be seen. His appearance was far, far inferior to God-Slayer's Overlord of Time. However, no one dared to look at him like that. They truly believed him to be nothing more than an ordinary existence. This was because he had used his own words to shake everything. The terrifying atmosphere created by the God-Slayer's time Overlord vanished like smoke in a puff of smoke. He was an Overlord. He was actually an Overlord as well. He was the true Overlord of Time, the Overlord of Time of the human race. Countless existences were dumbfounded, shocked, seething, and mad. That's the overlord of time of the human race. That's the almighty autarch of the human race. Who was it that said the human race had fallen from the altar and would never rise again? Who was it that said the human race had long since reached the end of the road and lost all faith? That's the overlord of time of the human race. He's the overlord of time. The human race is the true number one peak overlord race. That's the true peak overlord race. Countless humans cried and screamed in madness. Even the almighty existences were excited to the extreme. No one knew or understood the pressure and grievances these peak existences of the human race had to bear. Among the many peak overlord races, the human race was the only one that didn't have the divine king. Although the human race had a few otherworldly autarchs who weren't the least bit inferior to the true divine king in terms of battle prowess. But they were all otherworldly autarchs. They weren't the true divine king and would never be able to suppress the destiny of the human race. But things are different now. Completely different. The human race had faith and hope. For the past 500 years, the human race had always had the divine king to suppress their destiny. They had always had the faith of their autarch. The human race was still the peak of the human race. The being of the foreign race heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, they knew what kind of horrible torment, pain, and suffering the princes had endured in the past 500 years, especially those who were at the peak of the human race. At this critical moment, the one who saved them was not the peak primogenitor of their race, nor was it the divine king. It was the existence of the human race, the overlord of time. Countless people watched quietly with complicated feelings. Finally, when the commotion dissipated, he walked out of the void and walked over quietly. He gently raised his arm. At this moment, all was silent. Time and space froze, and time fell into oblivion. Compared to the God-Slayer overlord of time, this human overlord of time was even more powerful, to the point where it was difficult to describe. He looked at the God-slaying overlord of time, smiled, and then looked over at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, I am proud of you. You have exceeded my expectations. In the past, I didn't make a move because I didn't think there was a need for me to do anything. If I had made a move back then, you would have lost the opportunity to improve. But now you have done it. You have completed a sacred miracle that no one else could. Since that's the case, then let me help you next. Next, I will truly fulfill my role as your Tao protector. He was actually the Tao protector of an emperor. Many people looked at Lu Feng with indescribable emotions in their eyes. After a moment, they also understood. Yes, only such an existence, such a peak existence, was qualified to become the Tao protector of an emperor. Lu Feng looked at the figure and smiled. However, his smile was very strange. He looked at the body and smiled. Then, he respectfully bowed and saluted. Thank you very much. Thank you, my teacher. Thank you very much. You were once the greatest existence of the human race. You were once the greatest genius of the human race. I am the great heavenly god Jialan, the protector of countless living beings in the Cymbidium, heavenly god Jialan. The one who appeared was Tu Tianshan. Unlike in the past, this time, Tu Tianshan appeared in his true form, and his appearance was different from before. Lu Feng had never imagined that Tu Tianshan's true form would be the overlord of time. What he didn't expect was that his true identity was actually heavenly god Jialan. Heavenly god Jialan. Countless people were already dumbfounded. They looked at the abnormally young and noble existence in the void. They were completely unable to describe the shock in their hearts. These 4 words represented a heavy meaning. They represented the most invincible genius of the human race in the past 500 to 600 years ago. Perhaps among ordinary people and the younger generation of the human race, heavenly god Jialan's name had been deliberately erased and diluted by the great existences of the human race. However, in the universe, heavenly god Jialan's existence had always existed. His shock was the same as Lu Tao's and the Emperor's. An existence that should have been dead actually still exists. He actually still exists all this time, the Overlord of Time of Godslayer said indifferently. However, his eyes were filled with shocking apprehension. He had never expected that heavenly god Sapphire, who was already dead, would appear at such a time. Furthermore, his strength was also at the temporal Overlord level. In fact, his strength was even greater than Luo Yunyang's. This was an era that shocked everyone. Upon hearing the Overlord of Time of Godslayer's words, Tu Tianshun, or Heavenly God Jialan, didn't say anything. He just shook his head gently. There was an incomparably complicated look in his eyes. Anyone could easily see the colors in his eyes. It was a kind of resentment, a kind of sadness, a kind of anger, and a kind of killing intent. I'm not considered Heavenly God Jialan. Everyone was slightly taken aback when they heard this. They all looked at Lu Feng at the same time. After all, Lu Feng was the one who had revealed Tu Tianshun's identity. However, the Overlord of Time of the human race had just said that he wasn't the real Heavenly God Jialan. At this moment, Lu Feng was also slightly confused. He frowned slightly and looked at Tu Tianshun. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Senior, I have seen your statue before." "Senior, I've seen Heavenly God Jialan's sculpture." Your appearance and his... Lu Feng had seen Heavenly God Jialan's statue before. That was why he was able to recognize Tu Tianshun's true form with a single glance. Tu Tianshun fell silent for a moment when he heard this. After a while, he sighed deeply. "You once asked me this. Am I the divine king known in history? Do you still remember what I said back then?" Lu Feng nodded his head gently. "You said that you weren't exactly any." Lu Feng paused for a moment. Back then, he didn't care about this at all. However, he finally remembered it now. What Tu Tianshun had said back then was not completely true. In that case, he was also once. Then Lu Feng opened his mouth and asked slowly. Tu Tianshun fell silent for a moment when he heard this. The sadness in his eyes became even more intense. "You should know about Tu Tianshun's past." Lu Feng nodded his head. As a person who grew up in the Cymbidium, how could he not know about the guardian of the Cymbidium, the most talented person in the human race for the past 600 years? Tu Tianshun didn't look at Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng's actions were completely within his control. You only know that Heavenly God Jialan's divine body origin was shattered. Back then, he was indeed incomparably heaven-defying. In the domain of the virtual king, he was able to shatter the body of the divine king's forbidden mythological domain. Just like your father, Lu Tao, he was able to enter the domain of the divine king. Therefore, he was able to enter the peak of the virtual king's level and use a supreme secret technique to kill the young Netherworld king. He was even able to kill the young Netherworld king completely in front of the ancestor of the Netherworld king. Lu Feng nodded his head gently again. In fact, he had already guessed it. At that time, Heavenly God Jialan must have entered the forbidden mythological domain of the divine king. Otherwise, how could he kill the young Netherworld king in front of the Overlord of Time? Unfortunately, he was still in existence of the virtual king. Although he entered the forbidden mythological domain of the divine king, he was still no match for the ancestor of the Netherworld king. Under the attack of the ancestor of the Netherworld king, Jialan's divine body origin was instantly shattered. Lu Feng knew about this. Most of the people present also knew about this. After that, the divine king of Chaos Stabilizer took action and fought against the ancestor of the Netherworld king. Both sides engaged in a heaven-defying battle. In the end, the ancestor of the Netherworld king of Chaos Stabilizer and the divine king of Chaos Stabilizer were both seriously injured. At that time, Heavenly God Jialan didn't truly die. He wasn't annihilated either. He was absorbed into the independent world of the divine king of Chaos Stabilizer. Silence. It was really a silence of millions of people. No one knew about this. They had never heard of this before. According to the legends, the records of Heavenly God Jialan had ended when the mythical origin of his physical body was shattered. Only now did they know that Heavenly God Jialan didn't die. He was absorbed into the world of the divine king of chaos stabilizer. Heavenly God Jalon is indeed a heaven-defying monster. If he was in the current battle of the kings, he would definitely be among the strongest. He wouldn't be any weaker than the crown prince. Everyone sucked in a deep breath of cold air. Countless people knew how terrifying the crown prince was. Before he became a god, he had already comprehended 6 supreme powers. He was a terrifying monster who could contend against the taboo monarch of chaos stabilizer when he didn't use any supreme abilities. Heavenly Goddess Jalon was also such a monstrous genius. This was truly an incomparably shocking event. At this moment, Tu Tianxin's face was filled with nostalgia and pain. His voice continued to ring out. Such a powerful monster naturally wouldn't sink into oblivion after the collapse of his divine body origin. Therefore, in the world of the divine king of chaos stabilizer, he cultivated quietly for over 100 years. In over 100 years, he completed a shocking transformation from another realm. He forcefully shattered countless shackles and finally re-entered the border of the mythical realm. At this time, the divine king of chaos stabilizer had really reached his limit. Back then, for the sake of heavenly god Jalon, he severely injured the nether king ancestor. However, at the same time, he also suffered extremely heavy injuries. After that, too many things happened. The divine king of chaos stabilizer fought the divine king of the foreign races with heavy injuries. He used a supreme technique and completely burned himself to achieve victory. However, at the last moment, no one expected that heavenly god Jalon would appear. Countless people were stunned once again. They looked at the void as if they had forgotten the danger at the moment. All their attention was focused on Tu Tianxin. They understood that what Tu Tianxin was about to say next would be an earth-shattering secret of this era, as well as everything about his identity. Tu Tianxin paused for a moment. A trace of distortion appeared on his face. It was a kind of incomparable pain, a kind of past that he didn't want to recall. However, this expression didn't last long. Finally, a moment later, it completely disappeared. He turned around and looked at Lu Feng. At this moment, Tu Tianxin's expression was so complicated. All the colors in the world could be seen on his face. That voice rang out once again. Chapter 776. Celestial God Jalon was extremely talented. In 100 years, he chose another path and walked to the edge of the forbidden domain. That domain is the forbidden domain of cultivation techniques. The quasi-supreme being cultivation technique he comprehended is called soul substitution. At the last moment, when the divine king calming chaos used his world-destroying ability and burned everything, he walked out of the space of the divine king calming chaos. He used the supreme technique of soul substitution, soul exchange. He completely exchanged his soul with the soul of the divine king calming chaos. Exchange, countless people were dumbfounded. They looked at Tu Tianxin and finally understood everything. They finally understood what kind of existence the overlord of time of the human race in front of them was. You are trembling. Countless existences were trembling. They were actually unable to say all the words they wanted to say. In the next moment, many existences reacted. Many of the human race's existences who had understood everything didn't hesitate. They didn't even pause. They instantly knelt down in the direction of Tu Tianxin. They respectfully knelt down on their knees. At this moment, even Lu Feng did the same. He actually knelt down on one knee. Lu Tao did the same. This was respect. It was the greatest respect. The former overlord of the human race, the last supreme of the human race. For the human race, he gave up everything. His name was passed down in history and eternally cast through the years. Chaos calming chaos, divine king. Tu Tianxin's true identity was actually the divine king calming chaos. He was actually the last divine king of the human race, the last supreme divine king of the human race, the divine king calming chaos. No, he couldn't be considered the divine king calming chaos completely. He was the body of celestial god Jialon, the soul of the divine king calming chaos. It could be said that he was no longer the divine king of the past. That was why he told Lu Feng that he was not exactly the divine king known in history. Everything, everything, everything. The truth was actually like this: silence. Billions of living beings were silent, trembling. Countless living beings were trembling. The sound of worship whistled past, shaking the common people. Amidst the endless cheers, the slaughter god. No, it should be the divine king of chaos. He slowly stretched out his arm and stopped all sounds. At this moment, everything stopped abruptly, although they were no longer shouting loudly. In the eyes of many existences, they were still filled with incomparable fanaticism. They were truly seething with excitement. This was because the person in front of them was their divine king of the past, one of the greatest sovereigns of the past, the divine king of chaos. The divine king of chaos calming had a kind look in his eyes. When he looked at Lu Feng and the many living beings of the human race, he was incomparably kind. This was because he was the guardian of the human race, the condensation of the human race's faith. However, in the next moment, when he looked at the Overlord time beside him, there was a kind of coldness and a kind of austere terror. I have already thought of it. After hundreds of years of investigation, I know. I already know. Back then, it was you who led everything. It was you who sent the young Netherworld king to the Cymbidium where my disciple, celestial god Jialon, was in seclusion to break through to the divine king realm. Countless people were slightly stunned, and then their expressions changed dramatically. They looked at the Overlord of Time, who'd slain gods, with an indescribable expression. Yes, it was a bit too ridiculous to say that the young Netherworld king was sent there because of the space-time turbulence back then. This kind of coincidence was too inconceivable. Now that they heard the divine king of chaos calming say this, many existences finally understood. So this was the truth of everything. So it was all because of Godslayer. It was all because of this Godslayer that no one paid attention to. Countless existences looked at the Overlord of Time who killed the gods. At this moment, the Overlord of Time didn't hesitate at all. He smiled, a kind of faint smile. That is indeed the case. Unfortunately, what's the use of knowing now? Even if you knew back then, what's the use? Silence. Whether it was the human race or the Netherworld race, they were all silent, completely silent. Yes, even if they knew, what's the use? Even if they knew back then, what's the use? Since ancient times, the Netherworld race and the human race, ever since the rise of the human race, have been natural enemies. Therefore, from the moment the young Netherworld king was sent to the Cymbidium, in order to recover, he would definitely not hesitate to devour the Cymbidium, devouring the living beings of the human race to recover his strength. At the same time, Heavenly God Jialon wouldn't watch all of this happen. He would definitely take action to stop it. Therefore, this was a foregone conclusion. There was no other possibility. Therefore, even if they knew back then, there was nothing they could do to change it. In the next moment, the Netherworld race beings raised their heads. The human race beings also raised their heads. They stared at the God-Slayer Overlord of Time with hatred in their eyes. Although it was useless, if it wasn't for God-Slayer's scheme, the Netherworld race and the human race might still fight, but it wouldn't be so intense. In the end, the cause of everything, the main culprit, was God-Slayer. This kind of hatred was the hatred of their race. It was a great hatred that surpassed everything. However, after sensing the shocking hatred of so many people, the Overlord of Time didn't show any change. His expression didn't even change a little. Of course, if there was to be said to be a change, it was only a little. It was a kind of indifference, a completely indifferent attitude. To him, these existences were nothing more than ants. No matter how much hatred they had, what could they do? Therefore, he didn't care at all. Finally, the Overlord of Time looked at the divine king of chaos stabilizer. He sighed softly. I didn't expect you to have such a past. This is something that even we, God's Slayer, didn't know about. Wonderful, this is truly wonderful. He stretched out his hand and gently waved it. At this moment, the faces of countless humans and underworld beings were flushed red. They really wanted to attack. They wanted to kill him, the Overlord of Time, regardless of the difference in their strength. He looked at the restless humans and netherworld race beings with disdain. The Overlord of Time chuckled. No matter how much hatred you have, what can you do? In my eyes, you are nothing more than ants. Complete and utter ants. If the Divine King of Chaos Stabilizer wasn't here, even if there were 10 times more of you, you wouldn't be able to do anything. I will completely ignore you, even if there is some so-called invincible expert among you. But in front of me, you are still nothing but ants. These words caused everyone to fall silent. They wanted to say something, but nothing came out, because they knew that everything was true. Everything was irrefutable. After another mocking glance, the Overlord of Time finally looked in the direction of the Divine King of Chaos Stabilizer. His expression had returned to its usual calm. The human race is indeed a race blessed by the heavens. Although you don't have the innate divine abilities hidden in your bloodline like the other peak overlords, your existences are extraordinary. But your existence is incomparably shocking. As long as a monstrous genius is born, it will be a monstrous genius that will make the entire universe tremble. It will be a monstrous genius that the entire space-time will remember. The former first divine king, the former human king. Now, you are the divine king of Chaos, Stabilizer, and Heavenly Goddess Sapphire. Now, you are the God-Slayer Lu Tao and the most terrifying Emperor Lu Feng. Every one of you. He gently exhaled a mouthful of saliva. His expression was one of slight admiration. However, everyone was able to see the ice-cold, killing intent hidden behind this praise. But he changed the topic and looked at Lu Feng and the others. Do you really think you can stop us? This time, we are here for the Emperor. Originally, we wanted to wait for him to grow for a period of time before we started to make contact with him. But we really didn't expect the Emperor's progress to be so terrifying and extreme. In this battle of the kings, we were like the others and you humans. We all thought that the Emperor would lose without a doubt. But who would have thought that the Emperor would shock the world to such an extent? He actually won. He won in such an unimaginable way. That's why I appeared. I made the first move. If the Emperor was unwilling to submit to us, then I would have to make a move first and get rid of him. After all, such an uncontrollable embryonic form of the human king, we definitely can't let him grow. What a pity. What a pity. Just when I thought would be over easily, God-slaying Lu Tao appeared. And just when I wanted to get serious and settle it quickly, you appeared again. There was a faint helplessness in his eyes. But at this point, the helplessness had disappeared, because at this moment, there was a kind of overflowing, killing intent. Do you really think that you can stop me just like this? Come out. He waved his arm gently, and several cracks appeared beside him. The next moment, from one of the cracks, a being slowly walked out. It was an indescribably terrifying figure. He stood slightly, as if he was the center of the world. No being could ignore his terror and greatness. The moment they saw him, the expressions of countless existences changed drastically, and they were all in an endless turmoil. It's actually the divine King Supreme. It's actually a universe supreme. It's actually the divine King Supreme. The one who appeared was a supreme being, a true supreme of the universe, a first-level godly King Supreme. No one would have thought that this time, together with this time supreme, there would be another universe supreme. However, it was not over. Everything was not over yet, because in the next moment, from another crack, an incomparably noble being walked out again, and his appearance was filled with an indescribable color. The moment they saw this existence, many living beings were once again astonished. It's actually another universe supreme. The third one, the third universe supreme. The being who had walked out was also a supreme, a supreme of the universe. This was the third divine king supreme and the third universe supreme. However, the shock was still ongoing, and it was still ongoing. The reason for that was because there were more than 2 cracks. Also, there were 6 more cracks that were opening. Countless living beings were truly in despair. No matter what, they could never have imagined that there would be so many overlords in this universe. Within this God Punisher organization, there were actually so many universe supremes hiding. And now, there were 3 universe supremes who had appeared. And if there were universe supremes who had walked out from other spaces, the number of universe supremes who had appeared would exceed the total number of universe supremes of all the pinnacle overlords in the entire universe. The God Punisher organization was actually such a powerful organization. This is our God Punisher. Tremble, lowly beings. This era is the era of God Punisher. Chapter 777. The word shocking couldn't even be used to describe the current situation. No one had expected that there would be so many God King Supremes in the world. Moreover, most of them belonged to the mysterious organization known as God Punisher. Many people looked at the Overlord of Time in the void. Apart from sorrow and despair, there was also confusion on their faces. It was an indescribable confusion. They really didn't know that God Punisher, which many people thought was just an ordinary organization, was actually so powerful. The Divine King. Once any organization had a Divine King, it would become a terrifying pinnacle organization. However, God Punisher didn't just have one Overlord of Time or one Divine King. They had several or even many Divine King Supremes under their command. With this kind of power, it would be easy for them to sweep across the heavens. It would even be easy for them to fight against all the other pinnacle overlords. There is no doubt that this was the most terrifying organization in the world. This was the most terrifying organization in the world. In the distance, the 6 cracks that penetrated the space-time crystal wall had already opened to the maximum extent. Endless, terrifying auras were coming from the cracks. Countless existences were watching in silence. They knew that 6 more figures would walk out of the 6 spatial cracks. 6 invincible figures in the universe. 6 divine King Supremes would appear. Time passed slowly. Endless auras were coming from the cracks. It had been like this since the beginning. At this moment, countless people revealed strange expressions. They looked at the 6 cracks in a daze. Of course, even the ordinary existences could feel it and see it. In that case, the noblest existences in the void would definitely be able to feel it. In an instant, the Overlord of Time of God Punisher had a strange expression on his face. Finally, he didn't look at the 6 cracks anymore. Instead, he looked at the Divine King of Chaos Calming. There was an incomparably complicated look on his face. Such an expression was indescribable. He exhaled softly. Looking at the Divine King of Chaos Calming, he spoke slowly. Have you all figured out? The Divine King of Chaos Calming was still as calm as ever. In fact, he was incomparably serene. When Godslayer's Time Overlord asked, he finally smiled. It was a smile of incomparable confidence and joy. The Divine King of Chaos Calming nodded gently. Perhaps you think that you've hidden yourself very well, that you can't hide anything from anyone. But you didn't know that many of the things you did were actually within our sight. Godslayer's Time Overlord didn't say anything. He just narrowed his eyes. The Divine King of Chaos Calming stretched out his arm and pointed at those terrifying cracks in the distance. He said slowly, "The 6 cracks represent the 6 Divine King Autarchs. These 6 godly kings should all be universe supreme beings." Luo Feng muttered to himself. Godslayer's Time Overlord nodded without hesitation. At this moment, the Divine King's smile became even more obvious. His voice rang out once again. "I don't think they'll be able to come here. At the very least, they won't be able to come until we're done with this battle." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They were completely dumbfounded. They looked at the body of heavenly god Sapphire in the void and the essence of godly king pacifying chaos. Their faces were filled with inexplicable bewilderment. The divine king of chaos calming looked at Godslayer's time, Overlord, and spoke again. Our human race, apart from the divine king supreme, also has a few other existences. Although they can't compare to the divine king supreme in terms of superpowers and power, they aren't any weaker in terms of combat strength. They even have the unparalleled power to obliterate the divine king supreme. These existences are called Other Path Supremes. Hearing this irrelevant explanation, everyone understood in an instant. They finally understood what the God King of unbounded chaos was trying to say and what he meant by that. A look of excitement appeared in the eyes of countless people, as well as a look of shock. They knew that the existences in the 6 spatial rifts wouldn't descend. At least, they wouldn't descend so soon. They still had hope. They still had hope. Godslayer's time, Overlord nodded gently and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his will was bursting forth. In an instant, it connected the 6 spatial rifts. Soon, he opened his eyes. His pupils shone with a strange light. It seems like you've made quite the preparations. The divine king of chaos, calming, smiled gently and nodded slowly. Seeing the divine king of chaos calming's acknowledgement, Godslayer's time, Overlord also smiled. It was an indifferent smile. Just now, I sensed the aura of a supreme god king, a heavenly emperor, and 4 supreme gods of the heterodox path. Who are they? As expected. The moment they heard this, hope was reignited in the hearts of countless living beings. As expected, they still had hope. They still had a chance. A divine king supreme, a peerless celestial emperor, and 4 other path supremes. This lineup was equivalent to the 6 divine kings. It was absolutely equivalent to the 6 divine kings. Countless existences began to boil with excitement. God King Placid Chaos asked as he looked at his opponent, the Overlord of Time who had slain gods. Could it be that you didn't sense it? Hearing this, the Time Overlord was slightly taken aback. However, he closed his eyes once again and began to slowly sense the changes in his body. Finally, when he opened his eyes again, they were filled with an incomparably strange color. It's actually them. He already sensed it. Many existences didn't know much about him. After all, he was an existence hiding in the dark. After all, Godslayer was a hidden power that was endlessly gloomy. However, as the Overlord of Time, Overlord of Chaos calming realm, he was incomparably clear about the presence of the Divine King. This time, after sensing it slightly, he finally realized what kind of existence it was. It's the war god race's primogenitor, right? That divine king is the war god race's primogenitor, right? The divine king of chaos calming realm chuckled and nodded. Back in the massacre abyss, the war god race's primogenitor had been quietly observing Lu Feng with him. Although he belonged to the war god race's primogenitor and the divine king of chaos calming realm were true allies. This time he came. In this dangerous moment, he still appeared and personally attacked the divine king of chaos calming realm. Below, countless war god race's members were stunned. Then they went crazy. Hearing that their primogenitor could save them at a time like this was the most shocking and pleasant news for them. The other heavenly emperor's presence seemed somewhat familiar. However, I've already forgotten it. His head was slightly lowered, as if he was thinking about something. As the Overlord of Time, I can live for more than 1,000,000 years. The current me has only lived for 100,000 years. However, 100,000 years is indeed a very long time. Therefore, there are many things that I've already forgotten. Even though I've experienced them, my memories are gradually fading. 100,000 years was simply too long. It was really too long. If it was some sort of supreme existence, then perhaps he could still remember it clearly. However, if it was just some aura, it really wasn't easy to recall. The divine king of chaos calming realm didn't disturb him. He just allowed him to think. Finally, the Overlord of Time, Overlord of Chaos, calming realm's body shook violently. An incomparably strange color appeared on his face. So, it's him. Who would have thought that the little guy didn't die and actually survived? He even reached the heavenly emperor realm today. Fortune. This is his fortune. The divine king of chaos, calming realm smiled. He knew that the overlord of time, overlord of chaos, calming realm, had already guessed who it was. Looking at one of the cracks, the overlord of time, overlord of chaos, calming realm fell into a kind of memory. In the past, you were also a monster, a peak monster. However, your monstrous talent was hidden. What you truly showed was the path of alchemy. You were unparalleled in talent. You gave up on your own cultivation, but on the path of alchemy, you bloomed with unprecedented brilliance. Finally, you succeeded. Although you didn't enter the final realm, you've become the pinnacle of alchemy in this epic. You've become the pinnacle existence. I remember that at that time, people called you Realm St. Pill Master, Rumble. At this moment, it was as if heaven and earth were about to collapse. It was as if time and space were about to break apart. Countless existences were stunned. No one thought that among the people who took action this time, there would be a mythical figure from tens of thousands of years ago. There was actually a mythical figure who belonged to the path of alchemy from tens of thousands of years ago. It's the Realm St. Pill Master. It's actually the Realm St. Pill Master. He actually didn't die. The existences on the path of alchemy went completely crazy. In their hearts, the Realm St. Pill Master was the divine king of alchemy. He was where their faith in the path of alchemy lay. Now, he actually didn't die. He was actually still alive. How could this not cause a stir and not be completely shocked? The divine king of chaos, calming realm, smiled gently. He also looked at the location of the crack. The Realm St. Pill Master of the past, the Glory St. Pill Master of today. It was just a few simple words, but it already explained everything. It already made everyone even more confused. Countless existences looked at each other and saw the look of disbelief in each other's eyes. Alliance Leader, Lord Alliance Leader, Lord Alliance Leader, he's actually the mythical figure of alchemy in the past. Glory St. Pill Master is actually the mythical figure of alchemy. He's actually the Realm St. Pill Master. How is this possible? Countless people were so shocked that they went crazy. Most of them were existences on the path of alchemy. At this moment, even Lu Feng, who was in the void, had an extremely strange look on his face. Of course, he knew about the Realm St. Pill Master. Of course, he had heard of him. In the past, other than Lu Feng, the only person who was able to comprehend 3 parts of the pill scripture was a Regent Saint Alchemy Master. Originally, he thought that the Realm St. Pill Master had already been completely annihilated in time and space. However, he didn't expect that the mythical figure of alchemy in the past was actually still alive. He actually still existed. In fact, he actually became the Glory St. Pill Master of today and became a heavenly emperor. Chapter 778. Godslayer, Overlord of Time sighed. I really didn't expect this. There are too many things I didn't expect today, the remaining 4 supremes of the other path. I sense the aura of the holy race's star master, the terrifying godly object of divine glory, Celestial Emperor, the aura of divine glory, Celestial Emperor, and the bloodline aura of the human king. And the last one should be the supremes of the other path from the Human Federation government. Good. Very good. You actually have the power to defeat the 6 supremes. Seems like you're well prepared. The divine king of chaos stabilizer was as quiet as ever. He looked at Godslayer, Overlord of Time, quietly and didn't say anything useless. Godslayer, Overlord of Time looked at the divine king of chaos stabilizer. After saying all this, he sighed endlessly. However, after sighing, an extremely strange expression appeared on his face. It was a kind of joke, a kind of contempt. However, do you really think that this will be enough to stop us? Right now, we have 2 divine King Supremes by my side, and I am Time Overlord. On your side, you are Time Overlord, a time overlord who is even more powerful than me. I admit this. I completely admit it. But so what? You're just one person. You're just a time overlord. Godslayer Lu Tao might be a universe supreme for a short period of time. But so what? How can you fight me with such a lineup? He pointed at the beings below, at the beings of the various races. Are you counting on them, hoping to rely on them to delay the annihilation of a universe supreme? What a joke. This is the biggest joke in the world. Godslayer Overlord of Time faintly revealed a kind of crazy laughter. But to his words, no one present could say a word to refute him. If they hadn't entered the Divine King's forbidden mythological domain, with the help of the great ancestor and sky demon Quasi-King, the hundreds of invincible beings present, and the thousands of virtual King Supreme beings, they might really be able to fight against the Divine King Supreme. But that was when the Divine King Supreme didn't enter the Divine King's forbidden mythological domain. Once he entered that domain, their fate would be completely crushed. Silence, endless silence. Time Godslayer, Overlord of Time, was still laughing, crazily. This time, I'll see who can protect Emperor Lu Feng. He will die. Godslayer, Overlord of Time's time, the laughter Overlord of Time. All voices is as Overlord of Time. Millions of Overlords Estites's voice was so indifferent. It was just a few simple words, but they caused everyone to be stunned. They didn't need to look to know who this voice belonged to. They had heard it countless times before. They already knew who the owner of this voice was. It was the Emperor. It was Emperor Lu Feng. He actually opened his mouth at such a critical moment. Previously, since the appearance of the Divine King, Lu Feng had been standing quietly behind the Divine King. He hadn't said a word, and people had even begun to ignore his existence. Of course, Lu Feng's existence should be ignored. After all, Lu Feng was just a young supreme being. Although he had shocked the world in the Battle of the Kings and became the true number one supreme being of the younger generation. But in the end, he was still a member of the younger generation. In the face of the virtual king, Lu Feng didn't have any chance of resisting, let alone a supreme of time. However, an emperor was an emperor. How could his existence be ignored? How could he be ignored? He was Emperor Lu Feng. Therefore, at this moment, even though billions of people were puzzled and confused, he still walked out of it. Just like that, he walked out of it. Looking at the Overlord of Time, whose laughter had stopped, Lu Feng's voice rang out once more. Are you done laughing? Gradually, Godslayer's Time Overlord recovered. He looked at Lu Feng with an indescribable murderous intent. This was a murderous intent that originated from the depths of his soul. It was a terrifying, killing intent that couldn't be erased. Previously, he had tolerated Lu Feng's insults because he had hoped that Lu Feng would join Godslayer. Therefore, he had tolerated it. However, now that he clearly knew that it was impossible, how could he allow Lu Feng to disregard his dignity like this? He was the Overlord of Time, an existence that stood at the pinnacle of all time and space. Even if Lu Feng was the number one monster since ancient times, he still didn't have the right to look down on his dignity. Therefore, he no longer suppressed his murderous intent, which was overflowing with terror. Unfortunately, Lu Feng remained calm in the face of all this. Emperor, is it because of my indulgence that you think you are invincible? I'll make you feel like the entire universe revolves around you. His voice was boundlessly cold. However, this time, even the Divine King and the other alien races didn't say anything. Although Godslayer's temporal overlord was their enemy, Lu Feng was their hope. However, at this moment, they still felt that Lu Feng had gone a little overboard. He didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was the emperor of the current era. He was unparalleled and revered throughout the ages. However, he was still a monster that hadn't even broken through to the god level. The target of his mockery was the true Overlord of Time, a truly supreme existence. Although he was an enemy, this kind of mockery felt a little too presumptuous in everyone's eyes. However, Lu Feng didn't have that kind of awareness at all. He looked at the Overlord of Time as if he was looking at an ordinary opponent of the past. His expression was still the same arrogant one that belonged to him. This was the color of a monarch, the supreme majesty of a monarch looking down on all living beings. His eyes were still boundlessly cold and filled with a kind of terrifying turbulence. After listening to the Overlord of Time's words, Lu Feng finally spoke after a moment of silence. My existence is the definition of greatness. My existence isn't something that can be measured by anything. This is what I, Emperor Lu Feng, am. All of this isn't because of my arrogance or ignorance. It's because I have absolute confidence in myself. A trace of madness gradually appeared in his eyes. Lu Feng's voice became even more high-pitched. I've always been incomparably strong when facing anyone. I've always used the most powerful means to kill and respond with the most powerful means. Have I ever broken the words I said in the past? Have I ever broken the promises I made in the past? Well, have I ever let go of any arrogant words? Countless entities were silent as they looked at Lu Feng, their hearts and minds silent. Lu Feng's words gave them too much of a shock. It was so great that their souls trembled and their minds were shaken. That's right. When had Lu Feng ever gone back on his word? When had he ever casually made a promise or casually spoken? He'd done what he said. He'd fulfilled all his promises. He was the monarch. In this era that belonged to him, he was the greatest existence. The emperor's words are the supreme imperial edict. They surpass any imperial edict. Everything he said has been fulfilled. That's why I still believe in the emperor this time. Everything he says is right. Gradually, some human geniuses shouted their own voices. No matter when, even when billions of beings denied him or when countless existences questioned him, the younger generation of the human race had always firmly believed in Lu Feng's existence. They'd always treated Lu Feng as their faith and regarded Lu Feng as their soul. They'd always believed that Lu Feng would never fail. Everything he said was the truth. This had never happened to the Divine King. This was a fact that had never changed. Today, it was still the same. It was still the same. Gradually, the entire younger generation of the human race chose to believe in Lu Feng and Lu Feng's existence. Countless existences were screaming and shouting, going crazy for Lu Feng. The world shook. Even Godslayer's temporal overlord had an indescribable expression on his face. He really didn't expect, that Lu Feng would make so many people believe in him and support him, even though it was clearly Lu Feng who was being unreasonable. His expression was incomparably gloomy. Looking at Lu Feng, the Overlord of Time let out a soft sigh. Light shot out of his eyes like lightning, disturbing the flow of time and shaking the cycle of reincarnation. Your Majesty, I hope that your persistence is justified. This time, I'll definitely kill you. His voice was filled with resolute killing intent. Lu Feng's actions just now had truly enraged him. This Overlord of Time was truly enraged, and he had made up his mind to kill Lu Feng. Lu Feng's expression was equally as cold. His expression had transformed into a terrifying killing intent that was vaguely beginning to shake time and space. This scene caused many existences to suck in a breath of cold air, because what they saw in Lu Feng's expression was a frenzied battle intent. He actually had a world-shaking battle intent towards the temporal overlord. This was too terrifying and exaggerated. Finally, the god-slaying Lord of Time took a step toward Lu Feng. It was just a single step, but it caused the world to shake. At this moment, endless cracks appeared. Countless cracks appeared in time and space. He was heading towards Lu Feng. His target was Lu Feng. However, just as that terrifying intent was about to descend on Lu Feng, a figure appeared and stood quietly beside Lu Feng. He gently waved his arm and instantly annihilated all killing intent. The terrifying might from before was completely obliterated. It was the Divine King of Chaos Calming. The Divine King of Chaos Calming's voice rang out as he stared coldly at the Overlord of Time. Your opponent is me. The temporal Overlord of Time's eyes froze. He didn't say anything else. Instead, he tore a hole in the void. We can't use our full strength here. Do you dare to fight me in the outer region? His voice was so loud and clear that it shook the entire space. The divine king of chaos calming froze. At this moment, he really hesitated. He really didn't fear the temporal overlord of time in the slightest. However, leaving this place wasn't something he could do. The main purpose of his existence this time was to protect Lu Feng. If he left, only Lu Tao and the two divine king of chaos calming would be left. Lu Feng will be in danger. However, after hearing this, Lu Feng looked towards the divine king of chaos calming. His eyes were still filled with the same terrifying battle intent as before. The voice slowly rang out at this moment. Senior, you should go with him. Do your best to take back what the divine king of chaos calming owes the human race over the countless years. You can rest assured on my side. Chapter 779. He looked at Lu Feng with a solemn expression. As for Lu Feng, he stared at him without blinking. This moment lasted for a long time. Finally, the divine king of chaos stabilizer smiled. Since you've said so, let's do as you say. The divine king of chaos stabilizer looked at the overlord of time of God Slayer. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The overlord of time of God Slayer also smiled crazily. In an instant, the two existences disappeared at the same time. At this moment, heaven and earth were quiet and peaceful. Everyone looked at Lu Feng. They didn't understand why Lu Feng would do this. Why would he let his only hope, the only person who could protect him, the divine king of chaos stabilizer, leave? However, it was too late to say anything now because the divine king of chaos stabilizer had already left. At this moment, only the two true divine kings and Lu Tao, who had broken the forbidden domain and entered the divine king's forbidden mythological domain. It could be said that although Godslayer only had two existences in terms of numbers, in terms of combat strength, these two existences were terrifying enough to easily obliterate all other existences. Countless people focused their attention on Lu Feng once again. Previously, it was Lu Feng who let them leave. He let the divine king of chaos stabilizer leave. Lu Feng was an idiot. He naturally had his reasons and excuses for doing so. Now, it was time to see why Lu Feng was doing this. Lu Feng's expression became incomparably calm as he sensed countless gazes converging on him. Lu Tao had already walked over to him. He didn't say anything. He was completely calm and solemn. No matter what Lu Feng said or did, Lu Feng was still the son he was most proud of and the existence he was most proud of. Therefore, even if Lu Feng made the wrong decision this time, he wouldn't say anything or do anything. Feeling his father's trust, a smile appeared in Lu Feng's eyes, a faint smile. He nodded his head lightly. Then he looked at all the existences behind him who trusted him. His voice slowly rang out at this moment. It was incomparably clear. Lu Feng's expression was filled with an unprecedented attitude. It was an attitude that could only be described as arrogant, as impudent, as fearless, as supreme. Since ancient times, all existences who won the Battle of the Kings would eventually enter the Emperor's domain. The final Battle of the Kings is the door to the Emperor's domain. Everyone's faces were filled with an extremely strange expression. At this moment, they vaguely felt something. This was a kind of madness that was almost religious. They seemed to have thought of it, seemed to have understood. Lu Feng didn't seem to notice the crowd's expressions. He was still the same as before, with the same unchanging demeanor. As for me, I have already understood the true essence of the Emperor's path. The moment Lu Feng's voice fell, the world fell silent. Countless people stared blankly at the void. They looked at Lu Feng and his incomparably calm figure. In a trance, they completely forgot to breathe. Lu Feng said that he had already understood. He had already understood the true essence of the Emperor's path. He had already understood the essence of the Emperor's path. Countless people were really stunned. They were completely stunned. At this moment, there were only 4 words in their minds: the path to the Emperor's Tao. Only these 4 simple words that symbolize the most extreme complexity of the universe. Countless living beings slowly recovered. Slowly, they began to murmur. Slowly, they began to roar crazily. Slowly, they began to go completely crazy. Emperor? He is really an emperor? He is really an emperor? Did he really succeed? He really broke the shackles of the domain. Did he really become Emperor Lu Feng? Countless people were shocked. Countless people were boiling. Many living beings could no longer describe the horror in their hearts at this moment. That kind of complete and utter madness. Emperor, in the past, a long time ago, only represented two words. It represented the king of taboo. It represented the world, and even in the endless time and space, the most shocking aptitude in the universe. But at this moment, everything had changed. It had completely changed, because the word emperor had been given a new meaning. It had been given the meaning of a true king. When Lu Feng said these words, all living beings understood. They finally understood why Lu Feng had said those words. They finally understood why he had ignored the Overlord of time. They finally understood why he had allowed the divine king to leave. They finally understood why he had dared to face the supreme divine king. Everything was because he had succeeded. He had really stepped into the emperor's path domain. He could really become an emperor. Lu Feng looked into the distance. In his eyes, there was a shocking change. Vaguely, the surrounding time and space began to change. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a strange and huge change. Countless laws, karma, and even the reincarnation of power were all changed. They all became a kind of combat power, an indescribable strange factor that only gave people the feeling of a crazy battle. They appeared entwined around Lu Feng. They constantly struggled, lingered, condensed, and attached themselves to him. Lu Feng's aura became more and more terrifying, more and more extreme, and more unbreakable. In an instant, all the shackles were shattered and completely shattered. He had already entered an unimaginable realm. At this moment, Lu Feng's voice gradually sounded. The Emperor's path is not the end. The victory of the Battle of the Kings only gives living beings the right to enter the Emperor's path. What is the Emperor's path? The Emperor's path. It is a path that only emperors have a right to enter. What is an emperor? An emperor is the strongest existence who commands billions of people, issues decrees, and forever submits to him. His will is above everything. Even the origin of the universe must bow down to him. Therefore, emperors represent invincibility. The emperor's path represents the beginning of the path to invincibility. Only the truly invincible existence is qualified to enter this final path. Only then is he qualified to become the ultimate emperor who looks down on billions of people. Therefore, the existence of the Battle of the Kings is not to obtain anything. Its true meaning is to help the victor condense a kind of emperor's heart and condense a kind of invincible will. The existence of this kind of will is actually the key to opening the emperor's path. The supreme emperors, any one of them, is an existence born from the great fortune of heaven and earth. Defeating one of them is equivalent to coming into contact with the edge of invincibility. Therefore, only the Battle of the Kings can give birth to the existence of the Emperor's path. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, everyone fell silent. There was an endless silence. They understood that Lu Feng had really understood the Emperor's path. He had truly understood the existence of the Emperor's path. He had truly understood the crux of the Emperor's path. However, even if Lu Feng explained everything, it wouldn't be of any help. This was because they were different from Lu Feng. They were completely different from Lu Feng. Lu Feng was a true emperor. His strength and his sacred miracles were something that no one could replicate or surpass. He had never known what failure was all the way until now. From the beginning until now, no matter what he faced, no matter what rules he broke, no matter how he faced them, he was an emperor. He had never failed. He had never failed. Therefore, his invincibility was the most powerful invincibility. It was the pinnacle of invincibility. It was invincibility that no one could surpass. Throughout the endless time and space, apart from the former human monarchs, no one could compare to Lu Feng. However, even the human monarchs hadn't been able to complete many of the sacred miracles that Lu Feng had accomplished. Therefore, even though Lu Feng had revealed the truth about everything, it had been useless and meaningless. After all, it was simply impossible for anyone else to be like Lu Feng, who had been able to win all the way to the end. As he stood at the peak of the void, Lu Feng's aura was finally shattered. Everyone could clearly feel that when the countless battle auras entered Lu Feng's body, Lu Feng's realm had already been shattered. He was actually standing at the peak of the virtual king realm. Sluggish? Numb. Terrified? Shocked? Yes, all of them. He had all of the mentality, all of them. Countless existences already felt that they couldn't even move. They had never seen an emperor like this before. They had never seen such a crazy, sacred miracles. Since ancient times, there have been a few people like the killer king Lu Tao who could shatter everything and enter the divine king's forbidden mythological domain directly. However, they were all at the virtual king realm at the time. But there has never been an emperor who directly entered the realm of divine king from the realm of a mortal spirit. There has never been an emperor. Perhaps there was such a person. Unfortunately, there was no King Zhan during the era of the human monarchs. Although that era was extremely shocking and gave birth to two monstrous geniuses, there were only two of them. They couldn't let the human monarchs truly experience the feeling of being invincible after hundreds of millions of battles. They couldn't let him condense a true invincible heart. Therefore, although he could have done it, the timing wasn't right. He only managed to shatter the Divine King's forbidden mythological domain when he reached the celestial realm. The human monarchs had been born in the wrong era. Otherwise, the God-grade realm they had condensed would have been even more terrifying. Unfortunately, a wrong era was a wrong era. Only Lu Feng's era was a truly great era. Only Lu Feng was a truly correct person. Therefore, Lu Feng had succeeded. He had entered an unprecedented realm and completed a magnificent feat that hundreds of millions of creatures would never be able to achieve. Up in the void, Lu Feng's aura was finally shattered. All the living beings in the void could feel it. They were in awe, worship, and madness. It had still shattered. Everything was so ordinary. In Lu Feng's opinion, everything was so ordinary. There was no heart-wrenching stimulation, no violent resistance, no heart-wrenching madness. Everything was so ordinary compared to the battles of the past. It was so ordinary that it couldn't be any more ordinary. However, the feeling at this moment was different. It was completely different, because Lu Feng had entered an unexplainable and terrifying realm. It was a realm that hundreds of millions of creatures would have to look up to forever. In this era, I am an emperor who oversees hundreds of millions of creatures, suppressing the heavens and earth, controlling the reincarnation cycle of time and space, and dominating the universe and the galaxy. This time, it's the real battle between kings, the first real battle between kings. Chapter 780. In this era, what I need is to reign supreme in the universe and the galaxy. Lu Feng's voice reverberated throughout the world. At this moment, he was truly the only eternal existence between heaven and earth. He was the true emperor. An emperor. He was truly an emperor. No one had ever thought that Lu Feng would really succeed. He was only 20 years old, but he had really broken the shackles in that invincible and terrifying domain. He had entered the only and most eternal domain in the universe. An emperor. He was an emperor. He was the supreme emperor, Emperor Lu Feng. Lu Feng's was unprecedentedly vigorous. It was filled with an indomitable will. It was a terrifying existence that was truly the supreme existence of heaven and earth. His eyes were filled with an indifferent color. It was the color of an emperor's eyes, looking down on billions of living beings. This time, he had really entered. He had truly become an invincible existence. After billions of life and death experiences, crossing countless calamities, my will is immortal, my soul is eternal, unwithered for 10,000 years, unaging for 10,000 years, immortal for 10,000 years, undying for 10,000 years. I'm the 40,000-year-old divine king. 40,000 divine king. In fact, the real divine king's lifespan was far beyond the limit of 40,000 years. The so-called 40,000 years referred to those who had stepped into this domain like Lu Tao and Lu Feng. However, they were not truly existences in this domain. As long as they could break the godly king's forbidden mythological domain, they would be able to truly possess the godly king's origin will and live for 40,000 years. Without a doubt, this was absolutely shocking. Lu Feng's current lifespan was only slightly more than 20 years. Even if he added the time spent in the realm of time and the realm of time, he was only 40 years old. At such an age, he had already broken everything. He had the invincible power to enter the divine king's realm at any time. If he was given another 40,000 years, countless existences had already understood that Lu Feng would definitely become a dominator in the future. If such a heaven-defying monster could not become a dominator, then what existence in the world was qualified to become a dominator? At this moment, it was completely shattered. Lu Feng's power made people unable to breathe. It was indescribable. This kind of shock had already reached a kind of extreme level. It had already surpassed any kind of definition of emptiness. The Grand Ancestor had a complicated look in his eyes. In the end, he sighed deeply. The heavenly demon Quasi-King's eyes dimmed as he smiled helplessly. Among the countless living beings, the most complex of them all was the second patriarch, the heavenly life-death god. In the past, he had dominated the world and was the most supreme genius of the human race of that era. He had even been the pinnacle genius of the galaxy of that era. In the same era, even godly Emperor pacifying chaos had been suppressed by him. However, later on, godly Emperor pacifying chaos had become a supreme of the universe, while he was still an ant. Now, although the divine king of Chaos Stabilizer was no longer the divine king of Chaos Stabilizer, his power was not damaged at all. He was still the supreme and terrifying divine king of Chaos Stabilizer. And now, in addition to his former opponents, even his descendants had surpassed him. They had surpassed his realm and entered that realm, possessing the ultimate power to crush everything. The heavenly life-death god and the second patriarch of the Lu family couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A complicated feeling spread, but it did not last long. The next moment, the Grand Ancestor's voice rang out clearly between heaven and earth. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Leave the medicine god territory immediately. This is the divine king's battlefield. It is not something we can participate in. The divine king's battlefield. Yes, at this moment, this was the divine king's battlefield. It was the battlefield of the supreme beings. The two terrifying great beings who could kill gods were divine king supreme beings, first-tier divine king level universe masters. On their side, there was Lu Tao and Lu Feng. Although they were not the real divine king supreme beings, they could enter that realm at any time because of their monstrous talent. They could break all the shackles and become the real divine king supreme beings. The battle between the four of them was the divine king's killing. It was the clash of supreme beings. Although these four beings were not time overlords, with the power of the several invincible great beings like Grand Ancestor Sky Demon Quasi-King, it was completely possible for them to avoid the killing of the divine king supreme beings. But that was only for them. It was only for themselves. It was completely impossible to guarantee that all of them would be able to do so. Even if they wanted to survive under the killing of the divine king supreme beings, they would not be able to bring even one person with them. Therefore, for the sake of their lives, even Grand Ancestor had to leave at this moment. Grand Ancestor's voice was not concealed at all. At this moment, the many beings who had been watching quietly and worshipping crazily were all in turmoil and went crazy in the next moment. They were all flying crazily toward the back, toward the outside of the medicine god territory. If it were not for the fact that they were in a foreign battlefield, tearing the void required a terrifying amount of power. The sky would probably have been torn into nothingness at this moment. But even so, the scene of hundreds of billions of great beings in turmoil at the same time was extremely spectacular. In a trance, countless beings began to surge crazily and began to flee desperately into the distance. The two divine King Supreme beings of God, slaying, did not move. They just watched quietly. They watched Lu Feng and Lu Tao, who had re-entered the forbidden realm of the physical body myth. Lu Tao turned slightly sideways, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. After being silent for countless years, Lu Tao had long yearned for a battle at the pinnacle. After being silent for countless years, he had already entered the pinnacle of his life. This was a qualitative leap. Lu Tao, as the top invincible genius of the younger generation in the past, had dominated the universe era in the past. When had he not killed billions of people? After being silent for more than 20 years, his sharpness and killing intent had gradually disappeared in the universe. However, all this did not mean that Lu Tao, the god-slaying supreme being, had forgotten his own existence. He was the god-slaying supreme being, Lu Tao. How could he sink into oblivion? Therefore, at this moment, he could not wait any longer. Endless turbulence. Just the power of the physical body could actually cut space and time. With a gentle step, it seemed as if he had stepped on billions of eras of history. This was the forbidden realm of the Divine King. This was the power of the Divine King Supreme Being. His existence was already the representative of the pinnacle of the current universe. Xiaofeng, who do you choose? His posture was incomparably wild and arrogant, as if the existence in front of him was just an ordinary opponent. Lu Feng smiled faintly, his eyes shining faintly. He nodded his head lightly and extended his arm. He pointed in one direction and tapped lightly. Father, I choose him. Seeing Lu Feng choose his opponent, Lu Tao did not have any other meaning. When he looked back, he saw that most of the living beings had almost disappeared. At this moment, only the four of them were left in this world. At this moment, Lu Tao could finally stop suppressing himself. Xiaofeng, this time, let us father and son complete a shocking scene in the universe. Let us father and son fight supreme beings. Father and son fighting supreme beings. This had never happened before in history. This was a scene that had never appeared before. But now it had really appeared. One family, 3 kings. This was the evaluation of the Overlord of the god-slaying era. Human king, killer king, and emperor. The existence of 3 kings shocked the current era. However, to Lu Tao, this one family, 3 kings, should be a family of 2 kings. The human king ancestor had already become a thing of the past. After a long time, he had not appeared even once. Therefore, the Lu family only had 2 kings. Only the existence of 2 kings, Lu Tao and his son. One family, 2 kings, the universe shook. Lu Feng's power began to burn crazily, starting to reach its peak. His strength was actually more terrifying than Lu Tao's. The forbidden mythological domain of combat power represented a forbidden domain of combat power. It was a domain of the highest peak of power. Although it was listed as the Divine King's forbidden mythological domains alongside the 3 Divine King's forbidden mythological domains, its strength was obviously much more tyrannical than the other 3 domains. The forbidden mythological domain of combat power doesn't have many mystical abilities and mysteries, but its existence is incomparable in terms of combat power, because it is truly invincible. It is the ultimate forbidden mythological domain of combat that no one can contend against. Lu Tao looked at Lu Feng and finally laughed crazily. Then he turned around and charged towards the terrifying divine king in the distance. God Slayer, that was a truly terrifying god. That was the current supreme God Slayer. Although he had only entered the mythological domain through a special domain and possessed the Divine King's power, this didn't mean that his combat power was limited. He didn't have enough power. On the contrary, the more someone like Lu Tao could break the shackles of the 10th tier virtual king and enter that domain, the more heaven-defying their power was. In an instant, the endless battle had already begun. The appearance of light collisions actually caused everything within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles to be annihilated in an instant. This was because this was a foreign battlefield, a place where space and time were suppressed. Even the Divine King's extermination power was greatly weakened in this place. Otherwise, the collision between the two supreme beings just now would have destroyed more than just this small area. However, even so, even though it was suppressed. However, the modeled 9th grade battle platform below had completely withered, shattered, and vanished into nothingness, never to be seen again. This was the Divine King's power. In their eyes, under their power, any existence was nothing. Everything was a joke. What they wanted to annihilate was unstoppable. A grade 9 divine item? Perhaps it was really at the pinnacle. But for the Divine King, this was a complete joke, a complete joke. The collision between the God Slayer and the Divine King had entered a frenzied state. At this moment, their figures had disappeared completely from the sight of the two supreme beings. Chapter 781. Lu Feng's eyes were blazing with arrogance. His battle prowess had been raised to the peak. Vaguely, Lu Feng had an indescribable feeling. He felt like he could shatter the sky and earth with just a light wave of his arm. He could shatter this world. Is this the Divine King's domain? Lu Feng opened his arms and shut his eyes. He seemed to be breathing in the aura of heaven and earth. He was breathing in the rhythm of this annihilation. His opponent, the Divine King, had yet to make a move. He hadn't said a word since the start of the battle. He had been extremely quiet, just like a puppet. Finally, when only the two of them were left, the Divine King spoke for the first time. "Why did you choose me?" Lu Feng's arms were still stretched. His expression was still relaxed. His eyes were still shut tight. Still the same as before. Lu Feng didn't seem to hear the Divine King's words. He didn't hear anything at all. He was still. The Divine King didn't say anything. He didn't make a move either. He just waited quietly. Lu Tao and the Divine King had already shattered everything the moment they started fighting. They had already entered a frenzied state of annihilation. However, at that moment, Lu Feng and his opponent were not fighting. Instead, they were quietly looking at each other. Finally, as if he couldn't take it anymore, the Supreme God Slayer frowned slightly. "I was able to sense that the person you paid the most attention to from the very beginning was not the fallen Divine King. Instead, it was me. From the moment I appeared, the only person you truly paid attention to was me. The fallen Divine King was the Overlord of time of the Divine King." When he heard this, Lu Feng finally retracted his arms and straightened his body. However, he still did not open his eyes and did not reply. At this moment, God Slayer Universe Supreme's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. His eyes were filled with terrifying turbulence and murderous intent. Although he had a lot of doubts, he was the Divine King. So how could he allow others to ignore him? How could he allow his dignity to be trampled on so wantonly? Even if his opponent was a truly invincible existence, a truly great existence, it still wouldn't work. "Emperor, are you courting death? I don't understand why you're doing this, but doing this won't do you any good. You should be able to feel it now. Your body is gradually collapsing. If this continues, you will be annihilated even without me doing anything. After all, you are not your father. He has already entered the realm of the virtual king. His soul and physical body have already undergone a qualitative change. He has already condensed a world and can completely transfer all the limits of his endurance to the world. But you have nothing. Therefore, if this continues, there will be no need for me to do anything. Your physical body and soul will completely collapse. The divine king of Godslayer was right. If he didn't do anything and allowed Lu Feng to continue in this state, then Lu Feng would really be annihilated and completely disappear. This was not a joke. It was the truth. However, in the face of this, Lu Feng was still the same as before. He didn't even raise his arms. His eyes only trembled slightly, as if he was finally about to wake up. Lu Feng's current state had completely infuriated the divine king of Godslayer. Die. They could no longer endure silently. As the divine king of Godslayer, they had completely given up on enduring silently. Since they had chosen to kill, then they would use the most terrifying killing. In an instant, the most invincible killing had arrived and was already in front of Lu Feng. A soft voice sounded, directly shattering space and time within a radius of millions of miles. This voice was 1,000 times stronger than Lu Feng's ultimate power in the past. This was the existence of the divine king of Godslayer. This was the ultimate power of the divine king of Godslayer. Finally, just before the endless killing arrived, just as the sky and earth were about to collapse, Lu Feng's eyes opened. Calm. Unexpectedly, it was still so calm. At this moment, Lu Feng's voice actually rang out slowly. The divine king of Godslayer's killing intent only needed a thought to kill billions of people. However, at this moment, before the killing intent arrived, Lu Feng actually opened his mouth. In fact, he even opened his mouth completely. Time law. This was a time law. No, this could no longer be described as a law. This was the truth of time. The truth of the laws of time. After entering this domain, although he still didn't understand what time was, Lu Feng was still able to use the truth of time in an inexplicable manner. Everything was going on continuously. The divine king of Godslayer's fist didn't stop. Its speed didn't decrease at all. In fact, the surroundings didn't change at all. However, for some reason, the fist that was about to arrive in the blink of an eye didn't arrive even after a long time. Lu Feng chuckled as he watched the incoming fist. His voice rang out, actually letting my soul and body endure the terrifying pressure and waiting for everything is not what I need, nor is it what I intend to do. I just wanted to quietly experience the divine king of Godslayer's domain. Lu Feng's voice was calm. There wasn't even the slightest bit of fluctuation. As he spoke, the divine king of Godslayer arrived in front of Lu Feng. Although it seemed like he was moving in extremely fast speed, he still didn't arrive. Lu Feng was still smiling. It was still that indifferent smile. His voice was still ringing out. It was clearly heard in the other party's ears and mind. For others, this terrifying pressure on their physical body and soul would be unbearable. However, for me, this is nothing. It's really nothing. This kind of pain is nothing compared to what I experienced in the past. The divine king of Godslayer's attack was getting closer and closer. It was almost right in front of Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng was still. The reason why I didn't do this wasn't because I was plotting something. It wasn't because I had any plans. Everything was because I was confident. Finally, the divine king of Godslayer's terrifying attack arrived. This punch was the condensation of the most invincible will of heaven and earth, the embodiment of the most powerful killing intent of time and space. In the face of such an attack, Lu Feng still made a move that no one could believe. He actually stretched out his arm and didn't do anything else. Just like that. He held her hand. Lu Feng had actually managed to control such a terrifying killing intent that could shatter a vital star system into nothingness with just his palm. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The divine king Godslayer was completely dumbfounded. He really couldn't believe that his terrifying killing intent had been completely suppressed so easily. If Lu Feng had used some extremely violent means, some heaven-defying divine item, or a similar life and death battle to suppress him, then perhaps he could still accept it. But now it was merely an arm. It was merely a palm. 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 All of this was too simple in the extreme. No one could believe that this was actually so simple and so indifferent. The divine king of Godslayer raised his head and looked at Lu Feng. There was an indescribable look in his eyes. As for Lu Feng, he was still smiling faintly, because I was confident I didn't care about time. I only needed an instant to suppress you. Therefore, I didn't care about time at all. In my eyes, you are also Ant. The moment he said that, Lu Feng gently stretched out his arm. Then, he threw out a gentle punch. The sky and earth were calm and tranquil. It was as if this punch was really just an ordinary punch. However, no one would have thought that such a simple, seemingly ordinary punch would cause the universe to tremble endlessly in the end. The punch didn't have any earth-shattering aura. However, this punch really shattered everything. In an instant, it was really just an instant. Even if one used the truth of time, it wouldn't have any effect. It wouldn't be able to change the flow of time. The divine king of Godslayer was directly sent flying. He was completely sent flying, destroying and destroying everything in his path. In an instant, endless, terrifying craters appeared on the ground. This was a crater that covered the entire world. This was a scene that could be called an epic disaster. Medicine God City had already disappeared in the aftermath of the collision. Medicine God City, which hadn't changed for countless years, which had witnessed the development of alchemy for millions of years, had actually disappeared completely. It was completely annihilated. This time, it was unknown how many living beings had perished and how many of them had completely disappeared. Lu Feng's eyes were slightly sorrowful. The strong were heartless and emotionless. If one wanted to walk the path of the strong, then one had to kill. However, Lu Feng wasn't a complete powerhouse. He was an emperor. Although there was a saying that when an emperor was angry, millions of corpses would fall and thousands of miles of blood would be spilled, this was something that would only happen when an emperor was endlessly angry. Generally speaking, an emperor represented an existence that could tolerate all living beings. Perhaps he would be angry and cause blood to flow for thousands of miles and millions of corpses to fall. However, this was ultimately a special case. It was only a minority. At the moment when countless people had died because of Lu Feng, Lu Feng's heart was completely shaken. Lu Feng exhaled gently and threw all these thoughts out of his mind. He didn't want to think about these things anymore. His will condensed once again. He knew that this was a battle. This was the ultimate battle in the universe. He couldn't be too distracted. After all, his opponent was. Chapter 782. Walking gently, Lu Feng had already arrived above the endless horror, the huge pit with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. There was a slight tremor in his eyes. This tremor was not because Lu Feng had seen this terrifying scene of destruction. After all, in the sky reaching Fudu, he had seen the history of the immortal devil era. Countless scenes in it were billions of times more shocking than what he was seeing now. The reason why he was trembling was because his body was really uncomfortable. He exhaled softly. Lu Feng's heart was filled with an incomparably strange feeling. The forbidden mythological domain of combat strength is indeed the most terrifying and extreme mythological domain. I didn't expect that even the strongest embryonic form of my sacred truth physique, which has already surpassed most of the sacred truth physiques, would be unable to withstand it. This is only the shortest time. It hasn't even been more than a few minutes. I think my limit is 10 minutes. If it exceeds 10 minutes, then I'm afraid it'll be like what he said. Without anyone else doing anything, I'll collapse. The forbidden mythological domain of combat strength was too terrifying, and Lu Feng's current accumulation was too shallow. He simply did not have the capital to allow him to withstand everything. After all, he was only a peak demigod. Therefore, to be honest, Lu Feng being able to withstand it for 10 minutes was already extremely heaven-defying. Now, such a situation was indeed difficult and not good. However, this kind of pain was completely within Lu Feng's tolerance. If it weren't for the tribulations I've experienced over the years, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to withstand such torment. Entering the forbidden mythological domain of combat strength was torture to the body and soul. If he wanted to use that terrifying power, he had to control it completely. Only by controlling everything could he truly unleash it without any scruples. Obviously, if Lu Feng hadn't experienced so many tribulations, and if his will hadn't been incomparably firm, then Lu Feng was afraid that he really wouldn't have been able to control this extremely terrifying power. Now, although the double pain of his body and soul had become more and more terrifying, Lu Feng still had that kind of calm expression on his face. In his eyes, there was only the terrifying crater below. Lu Feng exhaled softly as his voice slowly echoed in the air. I know that it's impossible for a strike like this to kill you. Although the existence of the Eternal Monarch body is only one level higher than the Sacred Truth body, it has already entered another realm. As for you, although it's impossible for you to have the Eternal King body, because of the uniqueness of your original body, your physical body is equally shocking. Compared to the real peak physical body of the Divine King, your physical body is not inferior at all. Not inferior at all. Lu Feng's voice echoed for a long time. His voice rang out continuously in the void. After a few more moments, a voice slowly emerged from the deep pit. Do you really know me? His voice was extremely deep and filled with a sense of terror. Under this kind of atmosphere, under this kind of voice, the sky cracked and the space shattered. This was the power of the Divine King. This was the terrifying power that belonged to the Divine King after he had used his boundless anger. In the face of all this, Lu Feng still maintained a calm expression. Although his true realm was not even at the level of a god, he was still at the level of a god. However, Lu Feng had now broken the shackles and entered the most powerful domain of the Divine King's forbidden mythological domain. His strength was not something that could be described with words. Even the Divine King was like an ant in front of him at this moment. Therefore, Lu Feng did not care about anything at all. Lu Feng chuckled when he heard the voice coming from the crater, or perhaps it was his voice. It was an incomprehensible smile that was filled with too many things and was sandwiched between too many things. I really know. If it was someone else, they might not know or understand. But I really do know everything. For a moment, there was silence. However, in the next moment, his voice slowly rang out again. I have never appeared before. This is the first time I have truly come into being. How could you know me? Lu Feng's laughter gradually became softer and softer. Now, he had become a slightly dull color. However, although his appearance had gradually become dull, his voice was still filled with an indescribable tone. I have seen you before because I have seen you before. No, I can only say that I have seen your appearance before. I have sensed your origin aura before. Therefore, the moment you appeared, the moment I sensed your aura, I clearly knew who you were. Silence, and again, endless silence. However, in the next moment, a terrifying fluctuation that made the universe tremble could be felt from the bottomless pit. A figure slowly walked out from the terrifying crater. Slowly, he appeared. The moment he saw that figure, Lu Feng's eyes were filled with an indescribable color. There are countless earth-shattering secrets in the universe. However, there is only one that is truly engraved in the minds of countless living beings. That can't be considered a great secret because it is only a curse that made even the Divine King tremble in fear. It was the most terrifying curse that made the human king ancestor disappear. That is, the Divine King ancestor will not have a good ending. The Divine King ancestor will not have a good ending. This was the most terrifying curse since ancient times. This was the most evil curse. Even the Divine King ancestor couldn't remain calm. This was the most terrifying curse that even the Divine King ancestor would sink into. Now, when Lu Feng saw him, he understood one of the true meanings of this curse. This is the most evil curse that makes all living beings tremble and the sky and earth go crazy. Now that I have seen you, I have gradually understood some of the truth. When he heard Lu Feng's words, the divine king, who used to be the god-slayer god, lowered his head slightly. His voice was no longer the same as it had been in the past. Instead, it was gloomy and filled with an oppressive aura. Have you guessed it? Lu Feng nodded his head gently. His smile was incomparably calm and incomparably confident. Since ancient times, countless god-kings and supremes have died mysteriously. There has never been a person with a long life who could normally live to the age when they should have died. This is the most terrifying curse since ancient times. This is the curse of the legendary godly king, the curse of a godly king that will not end well. And now, I finally understand. I'm afraid that all of you have contributed to this curse. If Lu Feng's words were heard by outsiders or by other existences, it would definitely shock billions of people. It would definitely make the entire universe go crazy from shock. The Divine King's curse of not having a good end was the most terrifying secret throughout history. It was the most evil curse that could frighten millions of creatures. The existence of a godly king was a supreme existence in the hearts of all living beings. However, under this curse, even divine kings would not be able to escape the fate of death in the end. In the end, they would all fall into the Yellow Springs, their souls returning to the underworld, where they would completely disappear without a trace. As for a supreme ruler like the human king, he eventually lost track of his whereabouts and was completely annihilated in time and space. No one knew if he was dead or alive. It could be said that the existence of this curse made countless creatures tremble to the extreme. And now, Lu Feng had finally discovered the truth. If word of this got out, then even the Divine King would be thoroughly astonished. Lu Feng's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance at the majestic and terrifying beast. This time, I want to ask, are you really that strong? Is it really that terrifying? God-slaying, slaying countless gods. If you really have such terrifying strength, then why do you need to hide? Is there really anyone in the current universe who can contend with you? If you are really the source of all the chaos, then I'm afraid that you still belong to the top forces in the primordial, immortal, demonic era. The forces you possess can overturn any era. If that's the case, then why do you still need to hide? Why do you still want to turtle up? Lu Feng's voice gradually became louder and louder. His expression was filled with endless turmoil. This time, Lu Feng was really puzzled. If the evil curse of the Divine King was really all that the god-slaying organization had done, then there was no need for them to hide at all. Nether Celestial Venerate, Great Demonic Sky Emperor, the First Divine King, the three Overlords of the epic. They are all invincible overlords of the universe. Their strength is unprecedented. Human King Liu Bei, my ancestor, the human king, has set foot in the greatest realm since ancient times. He is comparable to any supreme ruler of the primordial, immortal, demonic era. Those existences even believe that he is a great existence on par with him. To be able to make such existences disappear, annihilate them, unable to escape the curse, your strength has already overshadowed the peak existences of the primordial, immortal, demonic era. But why, despite being so strong, do you still need to hide? Why do you still need to hide? Can you tell me? Why did you do all this? Can you tell me? The incarnation of martial arts, the pride of the human race. Tendralinx. The existence that Lu Feng had chosen as his opponent was actually the Sky Tuo Lynx. It was the incarnation of the Divine King of the human race in the past, the Divine King of the Divine King, the Tendralinx. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be shocked at all because they would only be dazed at that time. After all, the Tendralinx was the incarnation of martial arts. But now, in the era where the Divine King had disappeared, it had appeared independently and even appeared as a new individual. This was definitely an existence that caused everyone to be truly shocked to the extreme. But Lu Feng wasn't overly shocked because he had already encountered such a thing once. In the past, in the ancestral land of the Mu clan, inside the Trap Planet, he encountered such a scene. At that time, his opponent was the King of Chaos, the incarnation of the divine king of chaos. At that time, he knew and understood one thing. In the legend of the divine king's tragic end, there was a possibility that the incarnation of martial arts could betray him. However, the divine king of chaos had completely sealed the king of chaos at that time and had almost completely annihilated him in the end. Therefore, Lu Feng had no way of knowing who had orchestrated all this. Now, when he had sensed the familiar feeling coming from the incarnation of the divine king of chaos, he had understood completely. It turned out that the root cause of all this was them. They were the God Punisher organization that many factions knew about but had never paid attention to. Now, Lu Feng could finally ask them about it face to face. The Tindra Lynx's huge, malevolent body sank slightly. There was an indescribable look in its eyes. It glanced at Lu Feng for a moment before nodding gently. Then, it actually shook its head again. Indeed, many deaths of the Divine King were manipulated by us. We directed everything and made the Divine King kill each other. There are also many other Divine King of the God Punisher who, like me, freed themselves from the incarnation of martial arts and gained their own will. In the end, in order to gain complete independence, they completely erased their former main body. Thus, the curses that you spoke of, the curses that caused the God Kings to not have a good ending, are indeed related to our God Punisher. However, we don't know anything else. Although I haven't been awake for long, I know a lot about the God Punisher. The God Punisher doesn't have the strength to erase the Overlord power of the epic. Chapter 783. Lu Feng was stunned. Godslayer didn't have the power to obliterate the epic Overlord. This was completely different from Lu Feng's previous thoughts, as the betrayal of the martial path embodiment was the most prominent among the evil curses of the Divine King. Of course, this was something only Lu Feng knew. No one else, not even the Divine King, had experienced it. Therefore, in Lu Feng's opinion, Godslayer should be the main culprit behind Shen Huang's tragic end. He should also be the only culprit. Earlier, the Tindra Lynx had also admitted to Lu Feng's words. They had provoked endless battles and lured the Divine King into making a move. In the end, the Divine King had died in the collision. They had also used an unknown method to deal with the immobile Divine King. They had made all the martial path embodiments full of independent souls and ultimately devoured the main body. These were some of the most prominent characteristics of the Divine King's tragic end. However, Lu Feng didn't expect that the Sky to All Links would say something like that after admitting to everything that had happened. Godslayer didn't have the power to obliterate the epic Overlord. These words were clear enough. The accidental disappearance or death of the 3 epic overlords and the disappearance of the primogenitor human monarch shouldn't have anything to do with Godslayer. Lu Feng fell silent. Of course, after thinking about it carefully, Lu Feng felt that this was reasonable. An epic overlord was the greatest existence of an epic. It symbolized the peak combat power after the primordial immortal demon era. It was impossible to make such a terrifying existence disappear for no reason at all. It was completely impossible. This was because an epic overlord represented a kind of extreme limit. Back then, Lu Feng didn't believe that there was a human monarch. He knew that only the supreme ruler of the primordial immortal demon era, or more than one supreme ruler of the primordial immortal demon era, would be able to kill the human monarch if they wanted to kill him. If such a battle really happened, it was impossible for it to not be recorded in history. Therefore, Godslayer shouldn't have the power to suppress the progenitor of the human monarchs. It shouldn't have existed in this era, not even with the origin of the universe. Looking at Lu Feng's contemplation, the ferocious head of the Tindra Lynx in the sky gradually changed. This was an extreme display of madness. At this moment, the Heaven to All Links had begun to condense its most powerful martial Dao incarnation. He had once been a martial Dao incarnation. Although he had now obtained an independent soul and could become a complete living being, he was still a martial Dao incarnation. However, the origin mystique, the power of the martial way incarnation, would never disappear. At this final moment, at this most critical moment, he finally gave up on all other unrealistic ideas and used his greatest strength. The Sky to All Links' voice was heard again as it watched Lu Feng, who was deep in thought. Emperor, have you encountered the same situation as me before? If Lu Feng hadn't encountered such a situation before, how could he have called out to him after sensing his aura? Furthermore, the Sky to All Links also knew that there weren't many martial Dao incarnations in the God Slayer that had been awakened, but there were still a few of them. Therefore, it was extremely likely that Lu Feng had seen them before. Lu Feng, who was tangled up in countless mysteries, finally sighed softly. He knew that he still wouldn't be able to find out. If he wanted to know the truth, he would have to wait until he returned from the primordial immortal demon era. Then, he would have to wait until he was strong enough to intimidate hundreds of millions of people. Lu Feng believed that the most terrifying curse in the universe would definitely befall him once he shattered all the shackles and entered the domain of the Divine King. At that time, he would naturally know the reason for all this. Lu Feng lifted his head and looked at the gigantic and majestic Sky to All Links in the void. Finally, a tinge of seriousness appeared in his eyes. That's right, I once encountered an existence like you. He was called the King of Chaos and was the martial Dao incarnation of the Divine King of Chaos. According to him, he had been awakened by someone in the past. Unfortunately, when he wanted to devour his main body at the last moment, the Divine King of Chaos sensed it and eventually suppressed him in an immortal palace of the primordial immortal demon era. The Sky to All Links nodded gently with its huge head. I guess that it should be him. Ever since I was awakened, he was the only one who failed in such a situation. Lu Feng didn't think much of it. However, he suddenly thought of something a moment later, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Lu Feng spoke again as he looked at the Sky to All Links. You and the King of Chaos are the same. You were both awakened by him, right? I just don't know who that him is. Time passed by slowly. 7 minutes had passed before he knew it. Lu Feng could clearly feel his body and soul trembling. He felt as if he was on the verge of collapse. However, Lu Feng wasn't in a hurry. This kind of pain was still bearable for him. He could still hold on for now. Compared to everything he was about to find out, this pain was nothing. The Sky to All Links fell silent for a moment when it heard Lu Feng's question. Finally, it looked at Lu Feng. There's no point in telling you now. After all, from today onward, the God Punisher will be truly born. All existences that don't obey the will of the God Punisher will be obliterated. They will be completely obliterated. Therefore, there's no point in telling you now. Lu Feng smiled faintly when he heard this. However, his expression turned slightly solemn. The Sky to All Links' voice rang out again. It's the Prophet. I am worshipped by all existences in the God Punisher. They call me the Prophet. The Prophet? Lu Feng frowned slightly. With just these two words, it was impossible for him to know anything. The Sky to All Links looked at Lu Feng and continued. The Prophet is the greatest existence in the God Punisher. His existence is incomparably mysterious. No one has ever seen his true appearance. Even his voice has never been heard clearly. Mysterious. This is the Prophet. He is an incomparably mysterious existence. His strength is unfathomable. After my soul awakened, there were some rebellions in the organization. At the time, the organization still had a few overlords like the fallen Divine King. However, in the end, they were easily suppressed by the Prophet. They were completely suppressed. At the time, we understood that the Prophet's strength was absolutely terrifying. Although he couldn't possibly be an overlord of an epoch, he was definitely at the peak of the time Overlord realm. His eyes were filled with endless turmoil. Lu Feng naturally understood what kind of strength it meant to be able to suppress an overlord of the time Overlord. Furthermore, based on what the Sky to All Links said, it seemed like there was more than one overlord of the time Overlord being suppressed. This was absolutely terrifying. After pondering for a while, Lu Feng looked at the Sky to All Links. He wanted to ask something, but in the end, he didn't ask anything. This was because Lu Feng knew that the Sky Tuo Lynx probably wouldn't say anything even if he asked. The Sky Tuo Lynx was probably willing to tell him so much not to answer his questions, but to stall for time. It understood that as long as more time passed, it would collapse even if it didn't fight back. Therefore, what it needed to do now was stall for time. Of course, Lu Feng also understood this. However, compared to what he knew, stalling for time was really nothing. A moment later, the dull luster in Lu Feng's eyes finally disappeared. In an instant, an endless, terrifying aura surged. Within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, it was filled with an endless, horrifying aura. This was a berserk aura of battle. Just its existence was enough to frighten people and make them submit. The Sky Tuo Lynx's huge eyes turned solemn. Although it had returned to its original form and could reach the peak of the Divine King realm, its opponent was also an extremely terrifying existence. It had clearly sensed Lu Feng's strength. If it hadn't transformed into its original form, it simply wouldn't have been able to contend against him. The Divine King's forbidden mythological domain. This is the most mysterious and terrifying Divine King's forbidden mythological domain since ancient times. Legend has it that in order to become a supreme ruler, one must comprehend the true, forbidden mythological domain. Now, I've finally witnessed it. The Sky Tuo Lynx began to tremble. It knew that Lu Feng's current understanding of the forbidden mythological domain wasn't very deep. It could even be considered a beginner. He was still very far away from the ultimate realm that could allow an overlord to become a supreme ruler. However, even so, Lu Feng's current combat strength was still extremely terrifying. Emperor, let's fight. It had already been more than 8 minutes. The Sky Tuo Lynx understood that no matter how heaven-defying he was, he could only withstand it for 8 to 9 minutes. And now, he must have reached his limit. Therefore, the Sky Tuo Lynx was confident that it could suppress Lu Feng. In an instant, the incomparably violent Sky Tuo Lynx transformed into a truly unparalleled and terrifying beast. It began to attack Lu Feng frantically. The beast's body was huge, tens of thousands of feet long. However, its movements were indescribably fast. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to be able to cross thousands of miles. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at Lu Feng's side. It had reverted back to the Sky Tuo Lynx of the past. Its most powerful aspect was the killing power of its original body. Therefore, this time, the Sky Tuo Lynx didn't use anything else. It chose to use its most terrifying and most complete form of its original body. In an instant, the powerful beast claw had already whizzed toward Lu Feng. The beast claw had vaguely disappeared, but it was faintly discernible in the haze. This was because the terror of the beast claw had already surpassed anything else. The moment it was swung, it had severed countless space-time origins, causing a part of its body to disappear in space-time and enter other regions. Lu Feng had never seen such a massacre before. He finally understood the true terror of the Sky Tuo Lynx. However, would Lu Feng care about this? No, he wouldn't. The reason he was so arrogant was because he had the right to be arrogant. His original body wasn't even 10 feet long, but Lu Feng didn't retreat a single step in the face of the giant claw that was thousands of feet long. A moment later, the Golden Saint Remains domain appeared beside Lu Feng. The Sky Tuo Lynx seemed to hear an ancient sound from afar. However, it knew that it wasn't the sound of an ancient era. Everything was because the Emperor's killing move had been endowed with a supreme mystery. The sound spread throughout the world. Emperor, Chapter 784. The Era of Emperors. This was the peerless killing power that the emperors were most proud of. It was a peerless killing power that belonged exclusively to the emperors. In the era of emperors, a radius of 100,000 miles was the limit. However, the era of emperors condensed by Lu Feng now had a radius of more than 1 billion miles. 1 billion miles. What a shocking range. It was tens of thousands of times more than the era of emperors in the past. It should be known that the condensed range of the era of emperors was absolutely proportional to the power of the era of emperors. Moreover, the difference in power wasn't simply multiplied. Therefore, the era of emperors with a radius of 1 billion miles was much more powerful than the era of emperors with a radius of 100,000 miles. It was more than 100 million times more powerful. In a trance, the entire world had become the empire of emperors. It was the era of emperors. At this moment, the era of emperors with a radius of 1 billion miles was the real era of emperors. Everything it was so perfect and full. In this era of emperors, Lu Feng felt an unprecedented power. This power made his soul sublimate. At this moment, Lu Feng really had the qualifications to look down on the infinite. He had the strong confidence to look down on countless billions of people. Lu Feng could clearly feel his own power and invincibility. At this moment, even if he were to face any existence, he would be completely fearless. This is the real emperor. This is the real emperor. Compared to the past, this is the real emperor. Compared to the past, although he was also full of noble essence, that essence couldn't be compared. It was like two emperors of the same level. They were both emperors who could look down on billions of people. However, one of them ruled over 100,000 miles and only had hundreds of millions of people. The other one ruled over 1 billion people and had trillions of people. The essence of the two was the same, but the power they possessed was completely different. So powerful, really so powerful. It's just a pity. It was really too powerful. This was a kind of power that couldn't be multiplied. However, Lu Feng also felt that it was a pity. This was because the era of emperors was unusually complete at this moment. It was almost at the level of great success. However, all of these were ultimately performed by him, relying on his battle prowess and his taboo mythological domain. Thus, no matter how powerful he was unable to understand the true meaning behind it. Although he was the one who used it, it was not something that he had always condensed, nor was it something that he had forged with his own comprehension and ability. Therefore, in the era of emperors, he could only use it, but not comprehend it. This could be considered a form of sorrow. Lu Feng's heart was already filled with endless, turbulent emotions. His eyes were the eyes of a supreme monarch, the true majesty of an emperor. At this moment, Lu Feng secretly swore that one day he would rely on his main body to display this instant of the era of the monarch, to display an even more powerful era of the monarch. This was his emperor, Lu Feng. Next to him was a terrifying claw, tearing everything apart. He arrived at the imperial city of the imperial dynasty. Lu Feng stood at the peak of the imperial city. In the end, he gently waved his arm. I, Huang Ronghua, submit to heaven and earth. Glory for my body, for the soulless, for my life. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing me with supreme glory. Countless existences shouted the most unified sentence at the same time. They faced Lu Feng, who was at the peak of the imperial city, and bowed respectfully 3 times. Then, all of them got up and faced death with equanimity. They had already started to burn, and each of them produced an astonishing power. In this almost complete era of the monarch, every existence was no longer as ordinary as they had been in the past. They seemed to have entered a complete state, and each of them had their own will. At this moment, when the lynx's claw arrived, hundreds of millions of courtiers in the imperial dynasty were in an uproar. For the glory of my lord, we are willing to sink into eternal oblivion. A courtier, who looked like a general, transformed into the ultimate power and attacked the beast's claw. He was not the end. He was just the beginning. He was just the beginning. Therefore, when he attacked, the other existences chose the same method. Not a single one of the generals and courtiers chose to retreat. They were all fearless as they attacked the beast's claw, which was at its peak after it had burned itself. In the end, at the foot of the imperial city, the top 100 courtiers of the imperial dynasty knelt before Lu Feng again and chose to burn themselves. The ferocious generals had become burning giants. They had become weapons of slaughter, wantonly slaughtering everything in their path. The tranquil courtiers were completely shaken. Their overwhelming righteousness suppressed the heavens and earth, exorcising demons and suppressing gods. The burning of hundreds of courtiers was even more powerful than the burning of hundreds of millions of courtiers and generals. When all these powers merged at the same time, the beast claw finally arrived. Collision, endless collision. In an instant, a crack appeared in the void. It was a crack that spanned 1 billion, 10 billion, and 100 billion miles. However, it wasn't over yet. How could the collision of two invincible existences end like this? At this moment, the two of them didn't seem to see this terrifying scene at all. After all, they didn't have the time to do so. All they could see now was each other. At the instant of the collision, countless powers collapsed and hundreds of millions of courtiers and generals were turned into ashes. However, at the same time, the Sky to All Lynx's beast claw was almost destroyed. A pained roar came out of the Sky to All Lynx's mouth, shaking billions of people. At this moment, it was really in incomparable pain. Although it was a martial path incarnation, it had a martial path incarnation that possessed a soul. It possessed all the feelings it had. Therefore, this collision had really caused it to be shaken endlessly. Lu Feng's eyes finally wavered as he watched the Sky to All Lynx fly into the distance and become the only force that could kill. Lu Feng knew that there was no need to wait now. He really didn't have much time left. Sustaining this forbidden mythical existence for a long time had already pushed him to his limit. He really couldn't bear it any longer. Therefore, he had to end everything as soon as possible. Emperor Ura. In the end, Lu Feng spat out these 4 words. In the blink of an eye, everything was destroyed and turned into the ultimate power. The entire dynasty and trillions of living beings disappeared. They shouted the slogan of the emperor. Within a radius of 1 billion miles, all the nomological laws, karma, fate, space-time, and power of the emperor era merged in front of Lu Feng and fused into his soul and body. One punch. Lu Feng had poured everything he had into this final punch. This was the ultimate punch of his title as a monarch. This was the true meaning of the Emperor era. In the distance, the Sky to All Lynx had already given up on attacking with its beast claw. It had already sensed that Lu Feng didn't intend to drag this out any longer. If it still chose to drag this out slowly like before, it was afraid that it wouldn't be Lu Feng that would be worn down. Instead, it would be completely annihilated by Lu Feng. Therefore, it had poured everything it had into this attack. Another collision occurred. This time, the destructive power of this collision was more than 100 times greater than the previous one. It seemed as if the entire medicine god domain was shaking, as if it was about to be annihilated. At this moment, Lu Tao and Godslayer Supreme, who were in the midst of battle, had completely different expressions on their faces. However, there was also a similarity in this difference. That was, both of their eyes were filled with shock. In an instant, the two of them stopped what they were doing and fell silent. After a long time, Lu Tao raised his head again. There was a hint of pride in his eyes. This is a forbidden mythological level. You are not even a god, yet you are able to kill so many supremes. Xiaofeng, I am proud of you. This was really a kind of pride. A kind of complete pride. There had never been an existence like Lu Feng since ancient times. Although the human monarchs of the past might have been able to do this, the real situation was that Luo Yunyang hadn't been able to do it. No matter how many excuses or reasons he had failed to do so. This was the true reality. Now Lu Feng had done it. He had accomplished a shocking feat that might not have been possible even during the immortal demon era. This was enough. Opposite him, the divine king of God, Slayer's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. In the end, he looked at Lu Tao, put aside all other thoughts, and once again charged at Lu Tao. Once again, the collision took place. Lu Feng, who was standing at the peak of the void, had gradually calmed down. However, even so, it didn't hide the distorted illusion in the depths of his eyes. Lu Feng's body had already been severely injured. There were several transparent holes in his chest, and transparent blood was constantly flowing out. One of his arms was completely broken, and one of his legs was also twisted. Lu Feng had really been severely injured. Furthermore, 9 minutes had already passed. This was less than a minute away from Lu Feng's limit and his self-annihilation. Therefore, he was in extraordinary pain. He looked at the Heaven to All Links, whose body was still incomparably terrifying. A faint smile finally appeared in Lu Feng's calm eyes. He gently nodded his head as a voice slowly emerged from his mouth. As expected of the Heaven to All Links, who can devour the main body. You possess the Heaven to All Divine King's power. Your strength is indeed shocking. Lu Feng wasn't deliberately saying these words, because he was sincerely praising Yifu Tian. Hearing this, the Heaven to All Links' body swayed slightly, but only for a moment. After all, I'm a being devoured. Although I can't compare to the Heaven to All Divine King's ultimate power when he was at his peak, I'm still much stronger than the ordinary Divine King Supreme. In the past, the Heaven to All Divine King was a second-level time overlord who had run amok in the universe Star Ocean. However, the Heaven to All Links was only a first-level universe supreme at this moment. This was already a huge gap. However, even so, after he had transformed into his original body, the Heaven to All power was still incomparable to the ordinary universe supremes. The giant Heaven to All Links looked at Lu Feng. After saying all this, he sighed slightly. It's just a pity that I met you. I met an indescribable being like you. This, perhaps, is my sorrow. This is my helplessness. This is my helplessness. Chapter 785. The voice was getting weaker and weaker. Lu Feng exhaled softly. There was an indescribable emotion in his eyes. It was shock, excitement, sorrow, and a sigh. He had killed a king. Lu Feng had killed a king. He had not killed a virtual king almighty or a young king, but the real, the divine king. Lu Feng had really killed a divine king. If this matter was known by others, it would definitely make everyone go completely crazy. Even the current Lu Feng was filled with a blank expression. After a long while, he finally slowly recovered. At this moment, only sadness remained in his eyes. The figure of the Tian to All Links had started to dim. The luster of life was gradually disappearing. Lu Feng could clearly see that the Tian to All Links' eyes had finally turned into nothingness. At that moment, the entire world seemed to have dimmed. Time and space trembled. A sorrowful sound was heard in the entire space. It seemed to be the sorrowful chanting of the world and the bleak narration of the era. Countless people had sensed the change in the atmosphere. At that moment, the beings of the various races that had escaped from the medicine god territory all stopped in their tracks. They looked at the sky behind them and saw this unbelievable scene. They could feel the pain in their hearts. Their eyes froze for a moment. Beside the great ancestor, the sky demon Quasi-King had already walked over. There was an indescribably complicated look in his eyes. I have seen this scene before, and at that time, it seems to be 300 years ago, the great ancestor was silent. Then he nodded gently. 300 years ago, the ancestor of the Lu family fought against the divine king of the foreign races with the strength of an otherworldly supremacy. At that time, the entire universe seemed to be filled with this feeling. This should be, the king has fallen, the king had fallen. The divine king's supremacy had fallen. The heavenly demon Quasi-King did not bother to conceal his voice. Therefore, countless existences heard his words. The king had fallen. It was actually Wang Luo. It was actually a supreme god king who had fallen. Then, who was the one who had fallen? Although they were trying to guess who had fallen, their eyes were filled with excitement. Because the one who had perished was the divine king, the paragon. Only the death of a true god king would cause such a color to appear in the world. Clearly, there were only 2 divine king paragons there, and both of them belonged to the god executioner organization. Both of them belonged to the outsiders. Therefore, they should be happy, endlessly happy. Closing their eyes, the great ancestor and the heavenly demon quasi-king focused all their attention on one thing. This situation didn't continue for long because they quickly sensed it. At this moment, the two of them opened their eyes at the same time. Both of them saw the complete shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. How is this possible? Both of their voices rang out at the same time. In an instant, all the existences from the various major races looked over at the same time. Their expressions were indescribable. They didn't know what was so impossible that two of the strongest quasi-paragons would react in such a manner. However, they didn't ask anything because they knew that if they could, the two of them would tell them. Exhaling slightly, his eyes were still filled with unconcealable shock. The heavenly demon quasi-king looked at the great ancestor and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he asked, "That majesty just now?" It seemed like the Liu family's great ancestor was silent for a moment before he finally nodded. "That's right. That was the aura of an emperor. That was the supreme aura of an emperor after the era of emperors descended. Era of emperors at this moment. The surrounding existences were gradually stunned. They had already understood the meaning of these words. However, when they understood all this, they all had the same expression in their eyes. They all had the same expression as the heavenly demon quasi-king and the Liu family's great ancestor. That was disbelief. That was disbelief. They couldn't believe it either. 20 years old. He wasn't even 20 years old. However, he had actually done it. He had actually accomplished it. If that's the case, then the person who annihilated everything, won everything, and obliterated the divine king. Liu Feng's heart trembled slightly as he looked at the lifeless body in front of him that was gradually disappearing into nothingness. When everything calmed down, his greatest feeling was no longer excitement. It was no longer the excitement of defeating and suppressing a divine king. What Liu Feng felt at the moment was a faint sense of disappointment. In a trance, Liu Feng seemed to have forgotten about time. At this moment, time between heaven and earth seemed to have completely stagnated. Liu Feng saw it and watched silently. Supreme Divine King, that's already the pinnacle of living beings. A person starts off as an ordinary ant and slowly grows stronger. Finally, one day, he becomes a warrior. He becomes an existence that can fight. Then, he continues to cultivate. One day, when he starts to truly come into contact with the martial arts hall, he will gradually understand. He will finally walk out of the embarrassing situation of being a lowly ant and become a martialist. However, becoming a martialist is still not the end. It is still far from the end. He has to continue to work hard. He has to continue to work crazily. Finally, he has broken free from all the shackles of heaven and earth. He has finally completed an astonishing transformation. He has finally become a god. He has become a true god. God, that's such a great phrase. That's a phrase that people look up to. However, after becoming a god, he realized that everything is not the end. Becoming a god is actually the starting point. It is only the starting point that one can truly break free from being an ant. Therefore, he continued to work crazily and diligently. He became the only true god. He became the heavenly law god. He became the virtual king. Not enough, not enough. How could this be enough? The virtual king is also not the pinnacle. Therefore, he has to continue to work hard. He has to continue to work crazily. Finally, after countless years of changes, he has finally become a true supreme being. He has become the supreme being that billions of people look up to, Supreme Divine King. Supreme Divine King has lived a glorious life. At the peak of his life, he forcefully shattered all the shackles and shackles. He has actually entered the realm of the Overlord of Time. The Overlord of Time is the true pinnacle existence that can live for millions of years. But at this moment, Liu Feng's voice lowered slightly. There was a faint sadness in his eyes. In the final moment, he saw everything. He saw a person who was truly going against the heavens. He saw a person who was truly charging forward. However, at this final moment, his most trusted companion, the one who he poured everything into, the one who helped him become supreme divine king, became the one who ended all his glory. He became the one who ultimately annihilated him. What he felt the most was not hatred, but sadness. What Lu Feng saw was the life of the divine king of the human race in the past, the divine king Tian Tua. At the final moment, the glorious life of the divine king Tian Tua disappeared just like that. It ended just like that. It became the past and turned into dust. However, no one understood how unbelievable his departure was, how indescribable, how heart-wrenching pain. After taking one last look at the Tian Tua links, Lu Feng finally turned around and took a step into the distance. There was less than a minute left until the end of time. However, 1 minute was really enough for Lu Fenglai. It was enough for him to complete everything. At this moment, his mind opened up limitlessly. It almost accommodated billions of space-time and encompassed all the regions. His soul was incomparably terrifying, far exceeding the limits of his realm. At this moment, after entering the forbidden realm of combat power, it reached an indescribable degree of terror. Therefore, in less than a millionth of a second, Lu Feng finally sensed the location. He exhaled gently. The next moment, a huge amount of power was used to quickly restore the damage he suffered to his peak state. Lu Feng finally activated his most powerful speed. This kind of speed was simply outrageous and shocking. It was so terrifying that it was as if he was passing through space-time. In the blink of an eye, 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 Lu Feng finally arrived. Lu Tao looked at Lu Feng's arrival with a kind of endless gratification in his eyes. Xiao Feng, you have finally surpassed Dad. You have completely surpassed Dad. I didn't expect that you would actually do it this time. You have not reached the deity realm, yet you have completed a shocking massacre. You have actually obliterated the divine king. Dad, I am really proud. Looking at Lu Feng, Lu Tao's eyes were overflowing with pride. However, when he heard this, Lu Feng only smiled faintly. Dad, I have less than a minute left now. Let's end it. Since there is still enough time, let's join forces and end everything. If it was someone else, Lu Feng would have already made his move and completely annihilated the opponent. He simply wouldn't care about anything because his pride and his dignity made him not care about anything. However, it was different now because the person in front of him was the killer king Lu Tao, his father, Lu Tao. Therefore, Lu Feng needed his father's approval. When he heard Lu Feng's words, the divine king of God Slayer's eyes flashed with a touch of fear. As an existence belonging to God Slayer, he naturally knew who Lu Feng had obliterated. Naturally, he also knew what his true form was and what his power was. It could be said that once his true form was revealed, he would definitely be an extremely powerful existence in the universe supreme realm. However, even a peak existence like the Sky to All Links had been suppressed by this young man in less than 10 minutes. This young man's terror had really exceeded the limits of his imagination. The divine king of God Slayer understood that Lu Feng alone was probably enough to suppress him within a minute. If Lu Tao was also present, then he would be annihilated in an instant. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.